ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert trader, Nick Does Futures. Come on down, Nick.
Yo, what's up? How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Not as good as you. You flew home with a W. How was the plane ride home? Did you tell the pilot to play like some of your favorite music?
Oh yeah, I'm like, I won, you guys. I won. Like every single person. I'm like, I won. They're like, you won what?
Did
No,
they just put you in first class?
yeah. I was in a fancy seat. Yes. It was fantastic. You guys, thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Nick. Nick was in my corner, like cheering me on backstage, you guys. We win MyFundedFutures. Let's go. I was listening to the lyrics while we were waiting for the show to start. And it's like, yeah, MyFundedFutures takes me worldwide. Amazing. I am wearing some merch. I want to show off my shirt, the BDH. It was really fun, and I feel so grateful. Like I kept telling myself, like, no matter what happens, even if I trade terribly and it's like the worst trading week of my entire career, that it doesn't matter. Like I still won, right? Like just to be able to be there and to stream live 3+ hours every day, Monday through Friday, like on such a big show and in front of so many people, I'm like, no matter what, it's a win. So I'm so thankful, right? And I walked away with a ton of friends, so that feels good.
Yeah, no, that was that was crazy. What was so even crazier about it is that I won 2 weeks ago, you won last week. It's like, how much more winning are we gonna do this week? You know what I mean?
We're winning. Exactly. Let's go, guys. So what did I miss? I saw Tom did a great job covering for me. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, Tom did great. Yeah, no, that's a pretty cool shirt. And you did pretty well. How do you do trading after the one got disqualified?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm trying to think.
Like Thursday, Friday, I guess. I know you traded well on Wednesday. You had you made like $2,900. She made more, and then that was the day she got DQ'd.
Yeah.
And then Thursday, how'd you do? Thursday, Friday, how'd you do?
I did good. I think I did good Thursday. It's all such a blur. I think I did good Thursday, and then Friday, I think I ended the day like a little negative, but not by much. So the risk management piece, I've definitely been improving, like learning how to manage the risk better. And I do realize I need to learn to manage it even better, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you would be so proud of me, Nick, because on my funded futures sim funded core account, the 50K account, I did withdraw a payout last week.
Nice.
Yeah, and the part that you would be so proud about is all last week I only took like 1 or 2 trades every day, and just like stuck to a plan and was able to take out request $1,000, and $800 landed in my bank account in less than a second. It was so fast, you guys. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, is it done? Really?
Yeah, no. It's also like it's just way better like on your going into the next day, like when you don't take a whole lot of trades. Like if you can't remember, I always say, if you can't remember the trades from yesterday or the day before, it's like, bro, you're trading too much.
Yeah. And you're so good at it at like picking your days. Because I've noticed there are many days where you won't take a trade and you're so disciplined. You're like, if I'm not seeing it, I'm not going to risk.
Well, it all kind of depends on person.
account.
It's probably because I trade like a little bit more higher time frames than most people. But like you could, I've seen people fractalize the way I trade to like the 15-minute, the 1 minute, and things like that. It's just I don't have like that. I don't fit me, right? Just like like swing trading, like big positions. Don't do that for me either. 1 second.
Yeah, it does seem like figuring out your trading style to fit your personality. Definitely. I think that I'm noticing that is very important. For example, like trying to trade 100 times in a day, even though, of course, I've done it. It's so stressful for me to do that. Less is way better for me. And I've noticed too, it's helpful for me and my personality to have like a spot where I know for sure I'm wrong versus trying to get the day right. Sometimes I'll try too many times. I'll just like keep trying and then I'll lose an account. Chat, what are you guys thinking for the day? Are you thinking a bullish day or a bearish day? I did see the market was up a bunch this morning. We can share my chart and we can take a look at that together while we're waiting. Oh, wait, Nick is back. Hey,
I am
Nick.
back. Sorry about
Oh, you're good. I was just about to show the charts of
that.
the
But yeah, no, let's go ahead
day.
and get into that.
Okay.
Sorry, I had the little one knocking on the door here.
Oh,
Let's see. So really the move that I wanted to happen on Friday kind of has happened today. So far this morning, uh, I would honestly like a move back closer to weekly open on the 4-hour chart. Today there is no news. There is Trump speaks at 1:15. We do have orange folder at 10 a.m. Jolts tomorrow, red folder, basically red folder every day this week except today. It is NFP week, so be mindful of that. I think everyone can kind of see where we're going to, right? I mean, it's not really that nothing to the left stopping us from going there, and just a bunch of support levels, or in terms of order blocks and things of that nature. Let's see here. Actually, I'm going to be watching this area right here on the 4-hour chart. This is 67, 27, 75 on ES. And then once NQ gets above it, 24, 9, 10, I believe. Yeah, 24, 9, 10. Once we get above there, I'll be looking for something like this. Move up, move down, back up here. I'd be really surprised if we come back to weekly open before we take this, maybe after we take it, but it's pretty obvious where we're going to. And look where we are reacting away from, right? This daily fair value gap right here. What are your plans today? So I'd like to see us get push up to there. Gold has already taken out that high that I was looking to target on Friday. It took it out right during Asia last night, which I found kind of annoying considering I was on a walk and I got an alert on my phone. I'm like, dang, dude. So maybe I'm gonna have to wait till the price comes into this 4-hour gap and then just look for some more highs, to target and things like that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got today. I do see there are some Asia lows here that price could potentially reach for, and that would be aligned with this 4-hour gap. But I'm not gonna be too hopeful for price to reach all the way down here. I would love for price to do that, especially considering like right now there's a SMT at these highs on the 15-minute chart. So this was a lot like the play I had last Wednesday, I believe, where we target Asia lows. We had SMT at the highs right here. So we'll see what happens. If we get a close below here, then that could be something, because this 4-hour level is right at those Asia lows. So I'll mark it off. You guys can see this kind of lines up down here. So we'll see what happens. And that would be honestly better for the rest of the week too, rather than us just running these highs today and tomorrow. And then what are we going to do for NFP, So that's all I got though.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Everyone vote. There is a poll. in chat. What are your plans today? Go long, go short, don't know yet, waiting, or staying out? So far, we have 41% of everyone voting go long. It is something about gold being at all-time highs, indexes at all-time highs. It's like incredible. I keep wondering if one is going to like diverge, right? Yes, people are asking about thoughts on gold, Nick.
It's kind of already done what you wanted it to do, right? I mean, if
Yeah.
anything, I would wait till we get a move back to this 4-hour gap. Honestly, I'm not going to be just chasing up here and blindly buying. So I'll wait for a move back into this 4-hour gap. I have my alert set on it. On the hourly, there's some relative equal lows here too. That level is 38, 34.4. So anything in there, I'll look to buy if we got some displacement or move higher. But as of right now, I just yeah, I'm kind of a little disappointed. Everything I wanted to catch is kind of running without me. But we'll see what happens. Sometimes when the market opens, the picture gets a little bit more clear.
Yes, definitely. And I did see that President Trump is scheduled to speak at 12:15. That's Central Time. So at 1:15 Eastern Standard Time. And then it looks like a bunch of Fed speakers today, just in general. So we have to be
Yeah.
on the lookout. It may just get wild. It may be a wild Monday. We never know.
Nick, when was the last time you got a trade on gold? Ooh, I want to say it was like early September. I have it on here. I mean, I'll take it if I see it. I've just noticed a lot of times it just kind of runs without me. Like it'll do a lot of consolidation and then it'll just rip without sweeping on a low or high. So big consolidation here. It breaks out and then it just runs the high I was targeting and then it'll pull back. So it's kind of unfortunate. But I mean, sometimes like if I go back to the like Q1 of this year, like this was very, very nice to trade. I was trading gold like every other day or every other 2 days, whatever. So it's just one of those times. So yeah, no Barbie today. I think she'll be back tomorrow.
Yes.
Let's see here. How was the pressure of trading with all them there? Did you feel the need to take a trade? Did you just kind of like, whatever?
Yes, I felt pressure to win. So
Okay.
I did definitely feel pressure to yeah, I feel like when you're live streaming, so when you're trading like completely by yourself and it's not live and you're not also entertaining, it is a different experience, right, Nick? Like it's a different experience, I think. At least for me. So streaming live, sometimes you do feel added pressure to just take trades and but at the same time, like sometimes I do just like go mouse bananas and click
Uh-huh.
away. Yeah. I think it was just like you just feel pressure like you want every trade to work. Like you get into a trade and you're just like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I hope it works," because there's that ego part of you, right? Like we all want to feel good about ourselves and I think it's like
Mm-hmm.
detaching from outcome of your trades and detaching that from who you are and knowing that, okay, I'm a good person. I am a developing trader. It doesn't matter what this one outcome of this one trade or this one day or this
Mm-hmm.
one account, like that doesn't define who I am. And really getting grounded in that definitely helps. It's I think we all kind of experience that a little bit, right? If we're in a losing streak or something, it's like, oh my God, I'm like the worst trader in the world, or kind of
Yeah.
like those negative statements. Yeah. What helps ground you, Nick, in your trading and with like live streaming?
Like streaming, like trading on here and streaming.
Yeah, and just like overall, like how do you work on your like self-esteem and confidence, like with trading and live streaming?
My wife says sometimes I get a little too confident. So confidence for me just isn't an issue. I think, but
That's awesome.
I think a lot of it comes with having the good experience, right? I mean, everyone can have experience, a good. Everyone can have experience trading. The problem is they have a lot of like bad experience. They've been doing the same thing for a couple of years or whatever, and
Yeah.
they haven't really seen much results. So, um, yeah, it's just I don't know. Like on here, I just really don't care. Like I'm gonna show up here from 9 to 11:30, trading and
Hmm.
take win setup, take losing, like nothing. It's not really gonna phase me because I mean I know it's just me in the markets, you know.
Yeah, like in the end
I'm not worried
of
about
the
like
day.
some random person here in the chat.
Yeah.
Now I'm sure that's a little harder to do compared to what you did like last week. Like I mean you're probably it probably would have been a lot harder for me to do it then, but at the same time it's the same process, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. I wonder, like, all the competitive golf that you've
That could
experienced
be it. That could
probably
be it.
helps a lot.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, one of my golf coaches told me, he's like, just put it's kind of funny. I mean, he's like, think, it could be, 1,000 people watching, whatever, right?
Yeah.
He's like, pretend they're all naked. I was like,
I
oh,
love
that makes
that.
so this is something that kind of helped me, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm, uh, let's see. Yeah, I'm looking for a pullback to these 4 hour gaps here on NQ. It's kind of what I'm expecting. I'm gonna leave my charts on the 15-minute just because I see enough. But I need to see displacement lower. Um,
Mhm.
so I could be playing a pullback today, just to eventually go long. So there's S&T at these highs, have a draw. So we'll see what happens. Usually when price opens up like this, um, like weekly open and then immediately pumps, like it's gonna pull back a little bit, right? Um,
Mhm.
and Monday is the day it usually does that. So we'll wait and see what happens. BDH to another competition. Yeah, that was so crazy what happened last week. I mean, I can't believe like me who trades ICT. Like I would never bring up ICT. I would just go in there and just like try to shut them up, on the charts. And I'm not gonna be like, well, this concept works. This is the order block you use. This like you're not gonna people like him. You're not gonna convince anything.
Convinced.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he's got like
Right.
6 cars in his garage are probably worth like what $2 million. Like even if he's wrong, he thinks he's right. It's not gonna. You're not gonna be able to do anything. So
Yeah.
it's literally beating a dead horse, bro.
Right. Right. Yeah. I think like it just went from 0 to 100 very quickly, like
Hmm.
very quickly. And yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a
it's
bummer, just like how it all, you know, came apart like on Wednesday, Thursday. I was okay. So you guys, I went to lunch. I okay. I s- I saw them both hug it out. Like at the end
uh-huh.
of the filming on Wednesday. So I was like, okay, like all good. And Rena beat me. Okay, she had a P&L of over like $3,000, and my P&L was
Uh-huh.
2,500 in profits. And so so she was still in it. And I'm in my mind, I'm like, okay, I I got to bring my A game Thursday and Friday. And I went to so I saw them hug it out, and then I went to lunch, and then I was literally in the shower, and then my boyfriend came running in, and he's like, Rena got kicked out. I was like, what? And I just was like, what? Like my brain just couldn't compute because I thought everything was fine. Yeah, I just
Wait,
think it went
who told you?
my boyfriend. Yeah, my boyfriend did come with me.
Oh, your boyfriend came?
Yes, yeah,
Oh, dang. Sorry,
sweetheart.
chat. Sorry, chat.
It was a wild week. But yeah, I just think it went from 0 to 100 super quick. I think, love all around, and everyone, we just move forward, right? Like, yeah. But you were watching it and you were just like, oh wow, like kind of thrown back by everything.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I saw a lot of stuff on Twitter, and like I don't agree with Patrick very much, but I actually sort of agree with him on this one. Like you're not gonna walk into someone's plate. Like I'm not gonna say much more, but it's like, I mean, BDH headquarters. We all know what that stands for. Like, do you really think there's gonna be any sort of like come on? Let's see here. How's everyone doing? Oh, yo, what's up, Ash?
Hey, Ash. Goat trader Ash, what is up?
Let's talk about MyFundedFutures and not BDH. I mean, I say we just talk about the charts, bro.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'm expecting a pullback to here. Either way, I would want that to long. So, but if I see a short setup form down to here, I'll take it. But I don't see anything up here. Like I'm not longing up here.
yeah,
So I'll just have to wait and see what happens.
market is already up 162 points from Friday's New York close. Maybe we get a gap fill. That would be pretty cool. I don't know if we'll make a new high. The high from overnight is 24,909. Anything's possible. We are pretty close to that. But yeah, I think Monday was a trend day. Last Monday. Do you remember, Nick? The market just kept pumping. And we made all new highs on a Monday. That was so unexpected for me. I was like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was a pretty yeah, that some people in my Discord got that long. They caught it on YM though, but I just didn't see it coming. Like I was just not expecting much, but it was good. It was a solid move. My main moneymaker was on Wednesday. I caught a good trade on there, but only hang out with my futures community. Yeah, good stuff, man. Thanks for tuning in. We love having you here.
Ooh, I like this. Market is starting to come down a little bit. Let's see.
Did all the trades you take were shorts?
No, I took some longs. I am getting better at taking some longs. Good question. Yeah, MyFundedFutures is the best prop firm. Good morning, Voltron. Okay, let's see here. I did lock in some money in the Sim Funded 50K core account that I have that I took the payout from last week. So now I'm going for the second payout from the same account. This is an eval I'm in right now. I am tempted to hop into a short. Like this is very strong. So this is a new eval I'm trying to pass. I want more than one 50K Sim funded account. Good morning, Corey, the phone trader. All right. So this is I am gonna hop in short based on this market on open order, thinking it's pushing hard down. So maybe at the open we'll also get another push down. So market on open order is similar to the market on close. So 10 minutes before market on the market open, the institutions put in all their orders to execute right at the opening price. And sometimes the market will adjust based on that, inventory essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is working. This trade is up by about $300. And we have less than 2 minutes until the market's going to open. I am tempted to book some here. Maybe we wait though. This is a nice red candle. How many points is this? 5, 6, 7, 8. Over 30 points.
Let's see. Trying to get my groups aligned here.
Go, go, go. Nick, you're so good at doing your groups and rotating accounts.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, it is going. My TP is at 849. We'll see if it gets hit. I'm going to bring my stop down just in case, because you know the volatility at the open is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay, there we go. TP hit. Awesome. So that was I was going for a $500 profit there, originally risking 200 in the bracket.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to get short on right now. I think, although NQ is a little stronger, I'm gonna wait for a 5-minute candle close, see what happens. I want to see something like right around this area for a potential retest. Like boom, boom, boom. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Market is open. Good luck, everyone.
Okay,
Let's see if we can
there.
catch some good trades today. Well,
I may go short now. I think actually, I thought this was the 15-minute chart I was watching. Let's see, ES or NQ. So NQ has the well, ES is technically weaker based off the SMT. Let's see, this 1 hour gap right here. We're gonna, this is the main thing holding price up at the moment. Through there, just a lot of low resistance liquidity from there. So I'm gonna go short on ES.
It's so tempting. It's so tempting.
I'm a little late. I'm
You're
going short right now on NQ, actually.
Ooh, go, Nick, go.
We'll see what happens. It's a little early for me. This could be the quickest stop out I've ever seen. 899. So, whoops.
Yeah, 42% in chat are still saying they're looking for longs. 22% is saying short. 30% is don't know yet, waiting. 6% staying out.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we just rip from here, I'm just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense to have a little bit of a sell off, because I mean, if you even use those like regular trading hours, I mean, it makes sense to come back into this gap a little bit, but
yeah, to at least like have some type of retracement if the
exactly.
market
I mean,
wants
this is
to make
I'm
new
only shooting
high.
for 73 points on NQ.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here.
Let's see what the range is for the whole day. So the low from overnight was 723. That's a pretty big range for it's almost 200 points overnight. Market's been moving overnight.
Is it 720? Oh yeah, it is 723.
Wow.
Yeah, no, we got okay. No, this is Asia. Never mind.
NVIDIA. It seems like NVIDIA, whatever NVIDIA is doing, the market likes to follow. I really should put NVIDIA up on my charts. Do you do that, Nick? Do you look at single stocks at all?
Nah, not really. Like I have them like on a watch list over here, but I don't have them like they're all pumping right now. But
okay.
I don't have them like. Looks like ES is actually delivering pretty solid. Want to see us start to eject here though.
Ash just asked, you going to take any more trades to me? Or would you rather stay green now that you had a winner already this morning? I feel like that's like a hint. I feel like that's like a helpful hint. Like Ash is like, Terry, hey, Terry, are you going to take any more trades? Yes, I think I do want to stay green, Ash, 100%. So that was with a mini, a full-size mini. Ashtray says, yes, it is a hint. I do want to stay green. So what I think I'll do is I'll rotate. I don't know if I have enough time. I do want to try the opening range, the 5-minute orb. So let me switch my account. I think is a good idea, right? All of you guys have taught me that to switch accounts, and that way you can, spread out the risk, spread out the trades. Like, don't just feel like you have to just trade one account all the time. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna, here we go. I hope I have enough time. Okay, I'm gonna go into this other eval I have.
Yeah, YM's falling off a cliff right now.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. I think we're gonna start to see a flip here soon. But yeah, no, go ahead. Wait, we have a 5-minute orb in like 1 minute, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll do the 5-minute orb with 5 micros, and that is what I back tested. And I did it by rotating accounts. So I'm gonna put this here and then this above here. I'm so afraid, you guys, to take the buy. To take the buy because we're up so high. But just gotta go with the system, right? So we will put the system on. So what I did was I back tested 30 trading days, and I know that's not like a huge number, but it's a start. I just did it by hand. I back tested 30 trading days in NQ, trading 5 micros, risking 1 for 1, a 5-minute orb. It was a 65% win rate, and in the end of it, it made over $5,000. And what I did, which is so different, I'd never done this before. I rotated between 2 accounts. So like day 1 of the orb went into account
Okay.
1, right? Day 2, it went into account 2, and I just went back and forth. And I think that the idea behind it is to help mitigate risk. And maybe one account makes it to payout, maybe another one doesn't. And also like the account sizes, $2,000 drawdown in each one. So total, you would have 4. So to rotate it instead of like just copy trading everything, which I think might be like a key to success is like the rotating, which you, Nick, you have taught us many times. Barbie has taught us that. Ash has taught us that. Like Matt has taught us that. So I feel like this is like a missing link in my trading.
It's very good. I mean, because you never, people like to. I just think it's very important, like kind of rotate based on setups or however you want to do it.
Yeah, and not just copy trade everything.
No, because I mean, you're gonna have those days where you're just off your game, and you don't want that day to like blow everything you earned, right? You built up.
Yeah, exactly. I've done it so many times, you guys, like copy traded all my accounts because it's like my brain just only wants to think about the winning. And well, if this is a good trade, why wouldn't it be a good trade in all the accounts? I don't know. Has anyone experienced that before? And then you end up getting your ass handed to you. Is what happens.
Let's see here. I wish you could edit on TradingView your stop loss trigger and your TP to for like custom sounds. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah. That would be really cool. What sound would you like to put in there?
Probably the Ninja Trader, like stop filled or order filled or whatever.
Yeah. We have to get Magnus on here to do the stop filled. He's so good at it.
Let's see. We do have a promo. We got 50% off new users, 25% off. Buy one, get one. We do have Black Friday coming up in about a month and a half, so something's always going to be cooking there.
Yeah. Use code YouTube, guys. It helps to support our channel. Thank you so much. For whatever the promo is, the current discount is, if you use code YouTube, you'll get the best discount. Oh, good question. Queen of Trades asked, any reason why you did a stop order and not a limit order? So the reason is because I just want the market to either pull me in. Oh, it did pull me in, guys. Ooh, pulled me in long. Okay, so the reason why it was a stop market order is because once the price hits that price, I just wanted the market just to pull me in. So that's why because you can't put a limit order above the current price. You can only put a stop order in. And same with below. Yeah, so that's why. Good question. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to cancel the stop order below the 5. So this kind of makes me nervous because we're up so high, right?
Let's see. Dang, YM is falling off a cliff. Yeah, I probably say the hardest thing to do on stream is
Yeah,
to filter
execute.
through. Yeah, like
Yeah,
I should have known better to like short like the absolute strongest one. At least I
yeah,
should have short. I don't trade YM ever, but like I look at it. So like I should have shorted the ES. But it is what it is. But
yeah,
someone
exactly.
definitely write down after today because the ES is doing everything I want it to do. So
Yeah,
this is a great example of being right and not yet profitable on this trade. So we'll see.
yeah,
Let's see if NQ wants to follow suit. This is also typical Monday behavior too. You got to really pay attention to on Mondays because Mondays can be pretty low probability, especially if there is no news and you want to be on the the right side. So
mm,
yeah, who knows?
okay.
Maybe NQ just dies and falls. So
Yeah, exactly. We don't really know what will happen exactly. We have ideas and then we just take our trades based on that.
mm-hmm.
Okay, the high of the 5-minute candle was 889. The low is 845. So that is about 50 points. So I'm going to look for 1-to-1, and that is about 50 points. So I'm going to move my TP down. 50 points would be about 940. And then I'll move this about 1-to-1. I kind of eyeball it.
You say you're looking for longs?
Yeah, so I got tagged in long on the orb, but barely, right? So this candle is 889, the high of the 5-minute opening candle. I got tagged in at 891. Yeah, I've seen days like this where sometimes you get tagged in and then it reverses and it wins on the opposite side, but we
Yeah.
shall see. So sticking with a system is one of the hardest things for me, guys. And I think by doing this, it's just good practice to practice the discipline behind good trading. And it's so easy to get emotional, and it's easy for me to
Mm-hmm.
like look at this and be like, oh, crap. Like, this might be one of the days where you get tagged in on the wrong side and then the opposite side wins. But it is what it is. And sticking to a system, I think for me with where I'm at in my trading journey, that is so valuable for me to develop.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Wait, so you short you long ES?
MNQ.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's definitely the strongest of them. I'm gonna close my
Right.
position. I'm out. I cooked. I got cooked.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Ooh, it looks like it's some type of news or something. AMD said, "Don't worry, Terry. I'll call JP Morgan and tell him to buy NASDAQ. Thank you." If only we had like friends with tons of money like that. So back in the day, you hear these stories about floor traders and how such a big part of the edge was watching the people who executed for the big banks, and you could see like the people who represented, let's say Goldman, you could see them like starting to like buy everything up, and part of like a trading edge for some people was literally just like watching and then waiting for the big whales to either buy or sell, and then you would jump in on that trade idea. But like unfortunately for a lot of floor traders, like after everything switched over to the screens, like they really struggled to try and find like a new edge. Do you think you would have done really well as a floor trader, Nick?
I don't know. I feel like that's a lot of chaos for me. I kind of like my little office here. You know what I mean?
Right.
Not saying I can't, but I mean that was like the norm back then. So I mean, you either had to know it, right? You had to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So looks like we are reacting away from this hourly gap. I didn't see it happening because we had so many like touches of it, so I thought we'd just go lower. But we'll see what happens. My idea for lower was kind of hopeful, or was kind of based off of having wanting to go lower, so we could have more fun the rest of the week. If it just goes higher today, this will be very sad and just runs out these all-time highs. But we'll see what happens. I'm usually pretty quick on my bias, so I'll flip if I see a good setup.
I think I did my math wrong, guys. I think it's only about 40 points. Okay, I'm going to close this out for about 300. I feel like I missed it. Ooh, okay. I'm just going to close it out for 350. 350. I was looking at this. I'm like, I think I did the math wrong. The high was 889. The low is 845. So that's really only about 40 points. Anyways, it's a win. It's good. Booked. Crazy, you guys. Oh my God. Look at these big green candles. We are pushing higher. Are we going to make all new highs again today?
Looks like it.
Holy smokes.
It's kind of like last Monday's move, right?
Yeah, exactly. So all new highs would be 25,027.25. So we're looking for 25,027 and some change. That's about 100 points away.
Let's see.
Drop your questions for Nick, guys.
Let's see what YM's doing.
Let's check on. Oh my gosh, this is ripping. I wonder if a Fed person said something. Yeah, let's check on Mr. YM. I like your charts better, Nick. I feel like my charts are so basic. They're just like so basic looking.
I mean, mine are pretty basic too. I got like a one box and a line on it. People always say that. I don't have all these fancy indicators or whatnot, but
I like it simple. Yeah.
Yeah, no, me too. I do too.
Did you, when you were first learning how to trade, did you put on a lot of indicators?
Just the ones they had on there, but I really didn't use them because I didn't know how. So yeah, I mean, but I've had them on there before. So yes, I've. But it was mainly just to make myself look smart. Let's see here.
Oh, fun. Ash Trades just asked Nick, trying to meet again and get a round of golf in sometime soon. Are you guys planning a golf outing?
We're not, but doesn't mean we can't.
That would be fun.
Doesn't
Ash,
mean
are
we
you
can't.
a good are you a good golfer? Because like Nick is really good. Like
No, with me and
really
Ash, I
good.
took him out to a driving range before.
Oh, that's cool. That would be so fun to follow you guys. Just talking shop on the golf course or at the driving range.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of fun on the golf course. It's good. It's a good place to go and just kind of like, I don't know. I feel like I think of my best ideas out there too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like so calming.
Yep.
No, I'm horrible. I am yeah, he's a beginner, but I mean,
Ooh, MFU golf scramble. Maybe like next year I have to work on my golf game first. Poor Nick. And Nick will be with all of us, like struggling, and we'll always use your golf ball, Nick.
let's see here. 15-minute chart, 15-minute chart. ES is still pretty weak. NQ, like these are just. At this point, I'm probably thinking ES is gonna, go to these highs now. We'll see. Let's check the 5-minute out real quick. Yeah.
Oh.
Even if it's gonna be like a kind of like not a very good morning session, I still would expect it to run these highs because you could see some consolidation now that it swept these lows. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And the main reason for that is look at NQ, right? If it dumps from here and NQ just keeps pumping, it's like one of those days where it's like, hey, bro, like back off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, congrats! Fukra is up about $800.
There we go.
Way to go! Winning. Has anyone recently passed an eval or received a payout for us to celebrate?
Let's see.
Denny has a payout tonight. Congratulations, Denny.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Go, Denny, go. You guys, we have so many amazing, truly amazing traders on the MyFundedFutures TV team. It's like so cool. And every day we get to learn from all of them. I know I want hopefully Denny can join us more often on the stream. Would love to ask you a bunch of questions. Go, Denny. Oh, Ernst Jan passed my eval last week and managed to get 8,000 up on the sim funded. Holy smokes. I have to read this again.
Good
And
stuff.
now, right? 8,000 on your sim funded account, and now taking my daily 100 base hits and hoping to get my payout on Wednesday. Woo! Congrats, winning. Oh my God, $8,000. That's a lot. Congratulations. It is so amazing in trading, like how you can make an entire month's salary
In a couple of days, yeah, that's pretty wild.
So wild.
You can also lose it.
Yeah, this is
You
true.
can also lose it.
Yeah.
Also lose it. So right now we got ES is still respecting this short area that I was looking at 67.24, and NQ is just ripping for the highs. So a little all over the place this morning. I wouldn't be. I don't think you're missing much if you haven't taken a trade yet, because everything's just kind of not really. Assets aren't really correlating, which is not nothing you want to see.
Like the best trades are the ones where everything kind of correlates and same picture, same idea, Nick?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's where you're gonna find like just the best setups, like
Mm-hmm.
because that means everything's in tune, right? If everything's in tune, it should deliver a lot easier. Like when you have one asset being strong, like super strong, and the other one being weak, and you're in a short, like it's probably gonna not be very fun to trade. Let's see, news and 7. Yeah, we do have orange folder at 10, guys. So just be mindful of that. But yeah.
Yeah, I have tried to better understand like what does an A plus setup look like. And from what I've learned from you, Nick, like it is like whenever all the check boxes are checked, and it sounds like one of them is when everything is in alignment, like we have all the indexes on going the same direction. Like that might be one checkbox that you have, and whatever your checkboxes are, like when they're all checked, then that's like the A plus setup.
Yeah, no, right. I mean, also you can kind of combine it with news a little bit too, right? I don't think like majority of the time you're waiting for news. So like, but you're trading before, and I don't mean like the orange folders and things like I took a trade today before news, but it was orange folder. So just sort of depends.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what chat has to say, guys. All time highs incoming. Maybe on NQ ES looks like shorts or chop if anything.
MyFundedFutures just dropped a poll. All-time highs today on NQ, yes or no? Let's see. Let me take a look. So, okay, so far the high of the day is 24,955. The high, all-time highs is what? Not that far away. All-time highs is 25,027. It's possible. It is possible. What do you guys think? Yes or no?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's yeah. I mean, that's literally only less than 100 points. It could
Yeah.
happen, but this hourly candle looks dangerous. It looks like it's gonna continue expanding. I'm just more interested to see what ES does. Like, when's ES gonna? I feel like if you didn't like, if you went short earlier this morning, like ES had to be the one because NQ really didn't deliver. And if you want to go long, make sure you were long on NQ because ES, I mean, ES has not really delivered yet. Maybe if we get about this IFEG here in the 15-minute or the 5. But right now, it's just kind of not really doing much. But it is NFP week, so get ready for some BS to happen.
Mm.
Let's see. I agree, Ash. I hope we can deliver for some of the people that are in longs.
Yeah.
I am
NFP week. More fun this week. Is this one of your favorite weeks to trade, Nick? Or maybe the day, Friday?
Yeah, I kind of like trading the Fridays. Yeah, like the day before, I don't like trading it. Monday, Tuesday are okay because it's just still NFP still a good bit away. But also, like Mondays can be like a normal Monday, so you really can only have like Tuesday, Wednesday to trade and Friday. So you just have to take it day by day. I've learned too. Like you can set all these rules in place that I'm only going to trade this day, this day, and this day every month. But some days, like when you're not looking at the charts, there's a good setup, and you were told to you told yourself not to trade that day.
Yeah.
So I kind of like to take it day by day. But there are like 1 or 2 days a month that I prefer not to take a trade. Let's see.
We do have Magnus joining the show at 10 o'clock.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Giga Magnus.
Let's see here. Yeah, I'm forced to turn demo. Any deals going on for my? Yeah, just 50% off new users, 25% off. I think BOGO. And then yeah, end of the month's coming up. So see if we get any new promos. Also got Black Friday in a month and a half. So it's always some good promos cooking around that time. Let's see. NQ, a gold. I did not get a tag into this point of interest here. I'm going to give you guys kind of what I'm watching the remainder before I leave here. I think ES is bouncing from this gap, which is because NQ has already moved away from it. 67.29. We're about to have an hourly close here at 10 o'clock in a 4 hour. So, but NQ is moving away from this gap pretty nicely. So we'll see what happens. Maybe we just start 10 a.m.'s the expansion candle. We just keep, we keep expanding higher. So that's what I'm going to be watching. I think longs are the play now. Like we don't have one red candle here on the 4 hour and only like one or two on the 1 hour. So see what happens. Be safe. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thank you, Nick. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
You have fun with Magnus.
Thank you.
Yeah. See ya.
See ya. Let's welcome to the show. Come on down, Magnus.
Good morning, Terry.
Good morning. You're still sick?
Or should I say good afternoon? Yes, I'm still sick.
Oh, you sound even more sick.
I'm not that sick anymore. Maybe it's my microphone. But
okay.
4 weeks. I've been sick for 4 weeks, but it's fine. It's fine. If it doesn't break us, then it makes us stronger. So
True.
Also, big congratulations on the BDH.
Thank you.
It was very awesome. I saw you did some killer trades. You went short every day. I'm joking. She didn't. When we were on stream here. Well, I guess we were on stream. Nick and Barbie were talking about you, and Nick was like, Terry's short here, 100%. He just knew it. When it was dropping, Terry's short.
Oh my gosh. I love you guys. It feels good to be home. I missed all of you. Definitely.
We missed you as well. And chat is also very happy to see you again.
Thanks, guys.
And thank you, and good morning, chat as well, or good afternoon. I hope you're all well. I also see we have Ash Trades in the chat. He called this push up. It was really nice.
Yeah, he's so good. Ash was in chat and said, Terry, like, do you want to end the day green? It was like such a nice hint. I appreciate you, Ash. The discipline that Ash has, like, it's so cool to be able to watch really good traders trading live and to share all this knowledge with us like every single day. And it really is like showing up every day, like win or loss, it doesn't matter. Like we show up and we just keep improving and learning, and the opportunity that our show provides, like to be able to learn and take what you can.
Crazy? You know what's crazy, Terry? I saw a tweet from Ash Trades today. His live account is at $40,000, and his starting balance was at $10,000. He has had multiple payouts on the way there. Like, he's just crazy. I don't know how he does it. Like,
my god!
I know he's good, but like I don't see his trades that often. His balance just keeps going up, but I don't see any trades.
Oh my god, you guys! Like Ash is legit GOAT trader, and here's the thing: like, it's a live account with MyFundedFutures. It's not like a reset, like, right? Like, there's no resetting a live account. Like, this is the real deal. Exactly. So that's what, a 400% return. Is that the right math? And even though and that's not including all your payouts. That's incredible. Congratulations, Ash. That's amazing. Ash Trade says, I am on my 15th payout of the live account. Dang.
He's a crazy trader. He taught me a lot as well,
Yeah.
I knew he was looking at longs as well. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think he got a setup, maybe on like the 1 minute or something. But I know he was looking at this sweep and then for a unicorn or something. I guess it's here, but it went without him, I guess. Maybe he got something. I don't know. But this is the NQ. I was also looking at something similar. I trade breakers. But for me, it's just like resistance turn support or whatever. But I did learn a lot from him. So I was looking at longs from here, but it shot up. I don't know. It was news or something maybe.
Yeah. Some
we'll
type
see.
of headline. I am going to take if this candle is going to close in the next minute. It looks like an engulfing candle, an outside bar. I did learn that from Pine Tree Trader. So I will take the break if it breaks below, and I'll just kind of target 1-to-1. I do like this setup though. Like so this candle right here, this 5-minute candle, it's bigger than this candle, and that's called an engulfing candle or an outside bar. Of course.
Wait, are you shorting this?
Yeah.
Or longing this? You're shorting this?
Yeah,
right.
I think so. It's as long as it breaks on the low end.
If you lose, I might take a long. I might be.
Okay.
But I'm waiting for you to lose first. That's my system. Basically. I wait for others to lose and then I go in.
Yeah, right. Because this is a super strong push up higher. So the high of day so far is 24,960.
I saw chat talking about all-time highs today. I what did the poll say? 67% think that it's gonna go to all-time high today. But guys, let me tell you a secret, and this is true experience. Well, it's not really a secret, it's just experience. You are looking, let me just show you. You're looking at this as a target. But if you apply a little bit of logic here, what is everyone looking at right now, apart from Terry? Terry is looking at shorts, but everyone else is looking at longs right now and this specific level. It is not impossible, and I've seen it many times, especially on a no news Monday. It is not impossible that it comes close, all right, but it fades it and comes for it tomorrow. All right, because a lot of people, when price is here, I know because I have been in this situation. When price is here, I'm like, there's no way it's not going to go here. I want to capture this little bit here. I go max long and it just reverses and liquidates me, and then it goes up. It is very possible it does it already here, especially on a day when there are no news. All right, so no news and it's a Monday. You need to be a little bit like, you can think of news sort of like, it's like juice. There's no juice in the market right now to run much further. Usually, if there are no high impact news, the market tends to die, at least for the AM session, the market tends to die down after 30 to 1 hour. So 30 minutes to 1 hour. So 9:30 to 10 or 10:30. And then it tends to, there is a high risk that it's going to range. So you got to be careful with that. So maybe the short isn't a bad idea. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah. I like your analysis.
But that doesn't mean I would be blindly looking to short here either.
Yeah.
I still think it's going to go higher, but it's not something I'm 100% sure. Well, you never should be 100% sure of. Even if you think you have seen it before, you haven't. All right. Every situation is unique. You cannot know. I know there are a lot of people in the chat who believe in the algorithm or whatever, but you do not know. Personally, I believe there are algorithms, but it's a high frequency algorithms, and you can look it up like on Wikipedia. This is like actual fact. Well, I'm not saying that Wikipedia is fact, but there are algorithms, and they make up a big chunk of the volume. Right? High frequency algos, but it's not a central market algo. But you also have institutional players who push the price. They determine a big part of the volume as well. And I lost my train of thought. I don't remember what was the point here.
I think you were talking about like how it's not just one algo. That's
exactly.
Like
now I remember. So the volume, you don't know what player is going to come in and do what at any time of the market. You don't know. Yes. Every moment is unique. It may look the same, but it doesn't. It's not the same situation. You will never have the same person, the same exact people, exact amount buying and selling at the same time as previously. It will never happen. I can guarantee you that. It won't. Similar moments, perhaps, but the market will never be in the exact same position. It's like chess. Chess, there are many positions in chess. I don't know exactly how many chess games you can play, but I think it's like limitless or something. So it's sort of like that. A limitless amount of scenarios, truly.
That's such a great reminder because I remember when I was first learning how to trade, I thought I don't know why, but I thought I knew exactly what the market was going to do. I was like, "Oh no, it's going to go up. I just know it. I just know it." It's like, no, we don't know. Like we think it might go a certain direction, but oh my God, it is breaking higher. It is going. So that new high is 975. It's pushing. So good thing I did not get tagged into the short, right? Because I was looking for a break of that engulfing candle and it didn't break on the downside. So now I am going to take off my entry so I don't get tagged in, because that whole idea was the engulfing candle and then I would take the break on the low end, but it did not.
How did you do today?
Good. So this eval is up $600 some. I have in my sim funded core account that I just took a payout out of Magnus last week.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I ended that day. Let me check. Or I ended today on that account over like 600 in profits. So that account is like locked up, right? I'm not going to touch that. It's a good day. My pro account, I did start a new pro account because I'm trying to scale it. So I love the 50K core accounts, but I also love the 50K pro accounts with MyFundedFutures. Those are more expensive. However, you can really run them up. So what I'm trying to do is take out payouts from the 50K cores, and then I'm trying to like scale, right? Like be smart about it and buying more of the 50K core evals, but also starting to buy some pro. So I did buy one pro. I don't know if that one's doing well, honestly. Let me take a look. That one might be toast, like because I was trying to pass or smash that one, which is not a good idea because it's so expensive, right? But yeah. How are you doing in your trading, Magnus?
So, excuse me. I did very well in the summer, as I usually do. September tends to be a slow month, so this month has been much slower than the summer. I'm hoping October is gonna be better. I'm actually looking to potentially get in a trade here. We will see how it goes. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. So I'm in a trade right now.
Ooh, I want to see. Can I see?
You can. Okay, so I'm going to try to explain how I think here.
Okay.
So this is a trade. You can see I'm only taking 2 micros. This is on a singular 50K account, but I copy trade. I also have a personal account, but I have 27 funded accounts. So we're talking a few $1,000s here, and you are looking at this, and you're like, wait, but this is really shitty. Excuse my language. My stop loss is here. My take profit is here. Is this not negative risk to reward? Yes, Terry, it is negative risk to reward. This line here, I put like 1R. 1R is here. So this is the equal length to the stop loss as to the take profit right here. I don't want to take it if it has already gone here and then comes back. It doesn't feel good to me. That's where I pull the stops on. But this for me is enough because this is a winning day on 10 accounts. All right. So if this is a winning day on 10 accounts, if I get this, that's sufficient for me. I don't need to squeeze anything more. Most likely it's going to go higher, but I don't need to squeeze anything more. Now, why don't I love this trade? I don't love it because of the conditions we have today. It's a no news Monday, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try to take it. You have to attempt something. You can't come into this game and just being safe is good, but you have to pull the trigger sometimes, even if it feels uncomfortable, especially if it feels uncomfortable. You have to do it.
Yeah.
Because usually what I do is I wait for sort of this kind of structure where you can see this swing low here. I would have loved if this came back down, took out these stops, and then did like a break and retest. But this is a chat. Maybe some of you have heard this before, but I have studied ICT pretty extensively. And what I'm looking at here, this is a simple continuation entry. But if you look at this, I will show you something here. I might get stopped in the meantime. Whatever happens, happens. Look at this. This is something you would call a fair value gap. All right. But what is this? This is also something you would call a fair value gap. When you have two fair value gaps stacked up on each other, you can generally, as a rule of thumb, you can expect that this, ideally, if this is very bullish, this should stay open and be a breakaway gap. This gets tapped and this would stay open, ideally. So I wouldn't want to see it come back here if I'm bullish anyway. My stop is right here. I don't really want to see it even come here. But this usually stays open, especially if you have some kind of high aligning with it. Why? Why, Terry? What do you think that is?
Because it's like the buyers are telling you price, they're willing to pay higher than that previous high. And if the buyers are willing to pay higher than the previous highs, it's like people are chasing price. Is that why?
Well, not quite. That wasn't, at least my opinion. I don't have the correct answer to why it does that. My theory is that people see this as resistance turned support. All right. So what do they want to do? They want to buy this as a perfect retest and go. Now, if it's really bullish, most of the times they won't get filled, and it just so happens to be within inside of this fair value gap anyways, which means it should not be hit at all. You see how I'm thinking here? I'm thinking some people want to buy here, but I don't think they're going to get it. If they do get it, I think it's not that good of an entry.
You don't want that trade if it retraces all the way back there.
So I'm always about thinking who is on the other side of the trade. What are the others thinking? That's all. Like that's my way of trading. I don't trade a pattern. You can trade a pattern. You can trade however you like. My way of trading is about thinking how the other market participants are thinking. Because if 80% or 90% of people lose, I just need to think, what are they doing? Those 80, 90%, how are they trying to approach this right now? Yeah. And if I can figure that out, I can position myself on the other side. So
I love that. Thank you for sharing that with us. So when you're seeing the price up by this much, is part of the psychology behind it, like a lot of shorts were wrong, they're getting squeezed? Is that part of it too? Like a bunch of people were wrong, essentially, and they're having to cover.
Exactly. But I don't know who's in the wrong right now. Like I said, I think a lot of people are looking at longs right now. So it would make a lot of sense if it came back down now. But this is still a trade I would like to, I want risk on, you know?
Yes.
And I will do the same thing tomorrow, most likely. I'm saying this is a B setup because it's not exactly ideal what I want to see. But it's still all right. And I'll take the risk. So
yeah. And the important part is that you keep repeating that. So rinse, repeat the same. And that's how you're able to consistently like knock out all these green days all the time. It's like that consistency. It's not like it, let's say this one trade out of 1,000 trades doesn't work. And then what you're not doing that a lot of traders that aren't successful are doing is they will just like switch and be like, oh, okay, well, it didn't work. This trade idea didn't work. So let me try like a different trade idea or a strategy. And right, like I struggle with that. So I am speaking from experience.
Exactly.
It's really tough to just stick to one thing.
And when we go back to the discussion of the 80% and 90% of traders lose, what exactly, how are they trading? How is the risk management, if you think about it? They usually see on social media, you always see these big risk rewards. This is something I want to talk about because really it is a myth. It doesn't really matter what your risk reward is. In a vacuum, it will perform the same as anything else, really. Maybe some system at some certain period of time, it will perform better. Like if it's a trendy period in the market, then big risk rewards will be good because it's actually hit the target. But if it's ranging, then a low risk reward will be better. Right? But you see, I was thinking like, okay, I see all these people on social media, they are portraying this big risk reward, like a 5 risk reward and 3 risk reward and so on. So if the majority are trading like that, then the minority are trading low risk rewards. And you can see this in prop firm leaderboards. The majority of traders actually have a negative risk reward of the top 20, top 25, top 10 traders. They have a negative risk reward because they don't care about the actual statistics that much. They want to take the money and they are out. I usually do 1-to-1, but for this sake, I I like doing a negative because I just want the winning days, and that's it. It doesn't really matter for me, at least. It depends on the situation. But that's how I view it, and that's how I think about it.
Thank you, Magnus. That's really helpful and very interesting how many of the leaderboard people have a negative R&R.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm seeing one R&R is goated. Yeah, I have learned that it's very difficult for a lot of traders to actually hang on and actually stay in a winning trade to capture the full, like let's say they're going for a 3, right? A 3R. A lot of traders aren't actually able to hang on to the 3R. And then what will happen is they will cut it short, and then their win rate is only like 30% or something. So the math doesn't work. So they end up losing in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that a big risk reward is not the way to go. I mean, look at Ash. He always does 2. Well, not always, but as a rule of thumb, he does 2. That is not something I could do. I have tried it myself. I don't like losing, and I win much more often with this. Like my win rate depends on the prop accounts, but I'm sitting at around like 80 to 90% right now win rate. Which is ironic because it looks like I'm getting stopped out here. So it looks like the market makers are hunting my stop loss right now, like with ICT. But the point is, I don't. Now this is overperformance. This is because I started those accounts during the summer. I don't usually have that kind of win rate. I win 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. If it's like 1-to-1, I win 6 out of 10, maybe.
Yeah.
But
it's very good, Magnus. I don't think I've ever had such a high win rate. That's incredible. That's really good.
Yes, but you also have to think about what my risk reward is, because it's maximum 1. So
yeah.
And now what my logic here is, if I was trading only my personal account right here, I'm gonna actually show this. So as you can see, I'm stopped out here. If this comes back up in normal situations, I would like to long it again, but I'm not gonna do it because I'm trading prop accounts. All right, because I know people like me got stopped out here, so it'd make a lot of sense if it comes back up now and then sends it. That's usually what I look for. So maybe I should have been a little bit more patient today, but the logic was there. I thought this would be left open. So far, it has been. We will see what happens. But I don't go in and trade again today. The reason is because it doesn't really serve me. Best case scenario, I get break even. If I get break even, look. Okay, what are the scenarios? Either I take another loss and I get deeper in red, or I take a break even. I don't take a winning day. And winning days are what I'm looking for, because I have quite a bit of balance on some of my prop accounts. I want cash out, right? And I want to progress towards live. For example, my MyFundedFutures accounts, they are sitting at a healthy balance, and I want to get them live. How do I get that? I need to get payouts, 5 payouts to go live with the core. But I can't do that without winning days. So I'm basically adjusting my risk to reward just because I wanna approach it the best way for props. Maybe I would probably make more if I had a higher risk to reward, sure. But I'm more consistent this way. I can assume if I trade every single day this week, it's not very likely I'm gonna lose every single day. So if I take a winner after this, I don't even get a winning day. So I'd rather just take the day off. And look, I'm not distressed. It is what it is. This is just another blackjack hand, essentially. I don't know if you know blackjack theory.
A little bit, yeah. It's fascinating to learn about the card counters and how that is similar to, like, right? It's like, whoa.
Yes, essentially they bet higher when the count is high. So they count the probabilities of a hand playing out in their favor, and then they bet higher. My point is, I don't want to trade this anymore today because I can't get a winning day. And also, when I take a win, every single day I take a win, I never want to risk the win. So if let's say this would have been a winner, I would not go in and try to win more later. That's not my style. I stop. So if the best case scenario for my winning days is 1 hour plus 1 hour, and the worst case scenario, if I would trade this after a loss, is 1 hour, 2 hour, minus 3 hour. You understand? If I took another loss today, then minus 2 hour, my losing days are much bigger than my winning days. That's not going to help me at all, right? I don't want that. So one shot, and I'm done. And I'm waiting for the day to reset. And that's it.
For tomorrow, waiting for a new opportunity tomorrow.
Yes, and that's the way I do it. And you can look at it. This is actually pretty beautiful because it stopped me out. And consider where my stop loss was there. This is my usual entry. It was below the swing low. This is exactly what I wait for normally. And this is what I would jump on. So I am now the trader who got stopped out. If this is going to go higher, the correct idea, but I went in too early. Timing was off. So I get knocked out, and now it runs. Right?
Yes.
This is my second entry, but I have two entry tabs. One is this is my reversal entry. I call it the bomb, and then I have the bullet entry, which is basically what I took earlier here. So it's a consolidation. It taps a fair value gap, breaks it, and then just break and retest.
Just takes off.
Yes, but that's my way of doing it.
I love it. Thank you, Magnus. It's so helpful to hear like how you think about trading, how you think about just how you're managing the accounts. It's like the game within the game, right? Like I heard you say what is helping you to not take another trade is you're like, well, if I'm already negative 1R, like what's the best that can happen at the end of the day? I could be even on the day, but that doesn't help me like towards my ultimate goals of going live, like taking that money or being able to get a payout. Or the other flip side of that is you could end up negative 2R and you're like, I don't want that, because then we don't want our red days to be bigger than our green days. Yeah, it's like I typed in chat, I'm like, this is gold. Like these are the things that is so helpful to hear, like as a developing trader, to help us sit on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. It really, we all have blown up accounts, all right?
Yeah.
We all have blown up accounts. But if you think about it, it should not be possible. In props, okay, it may be because it kind of forces you to risk higher. You may say, my risk of 100 plus or 2 micros on these 50K accounts, you may say that that's not, that's very like conservative, but that's as conservative as I can get them. Because if you think about it in terms of percent, it's actually of the drawdown, 2,000, I am risking over 5% of the drawdown. Imagine risking over 5% on your personal account. Let's say $100,000. You're risking $5,000 per trade on a $100,000. What happens after 3 losses? Your mind starts. It's not always about what your risk is at the beginning. When you start at the peak, let's say your portfolio hits an all-time high. It's also when you get in the drawdown and you're still betting the same amount, that's when it starts playing trick with you, which is your mind, right?
Yeah.
So I'm actually very aggressive if you think about it. And anything higher is honestly suicidal level. Like if you're risking 20% a trade, you may get payouts before, but it's a matter of time before you lose it all, in my opinion. That's going to happen. It's mathematically, it's going to happen.
Unless
you're just crazy. So yeah, it truly is. And it should be impossible. My point is, it should be impossible to blow accounts, yet we still do it. Even like personal accounts. I've blown up personal accounts as well. And that is not because of trading. That is because of our risk management and our mental. So these are things you really got to think about. Risk management is absolutely key. You can be very bad at reading the chart, but an amazing risk manager, and you're going to outperform every crazy Enigma ICT trader who's trading whatever and has put all their like 12 hours a day studying just candlesticks. You will still outperform them because you actually know how to manage your risk. You can coin flip and you can make it profitable through that. So
I love that because that gives me hope. So I just need to focus on the risk management is what you're saying, right? Like, and that's something that we can control and we can learn and execute. Like, it's not like this mysterious thing that's like, well, maybe you'll get lucky, maybe you won't. But like actually learning true risk management, those are skills that we can learn. All of us, we can learn.
And I think we are going to have Ash trades on soon.
Yes.
It's going to be very interesting to see what he has to say. But I think one last thing I wanna bring up here is many people want to make trading into sort of a science, but it's not a science. You can't always be correct. It's more like fishing. If you think about fishing, have you ever fished, Terry? Have you gone fishing?
I have.
So then you know if you know where the fish are. All right, you got to know where the fish are. You can't just throw it in a pond where there's no fish. You're not gonna get a win. Essentially, the getting fish is the win. But if you know that there are a lot of fish in this lake or whatever, and you go there, all right, that's some knowledge, that's skill. Then you throw your bait, and sometimes you get a nibble. All right, it nibbles the worm or whatever, or the bait, and then it snags it, and you don't even catch the fish. Right, it just goes away. That's a loss essentially. But sometimes you take a win. Sometimes it nibbles, and then it hooks, and you can bring it up, and you get the fish. Right. So that's a win. And this is why I'm saying that trading is like fishing, because you have to embrace the randomness of the nature. It's so random, this trading. You never know if it's a win or a loss. In this case, I took a loss, right? I took a loss, but I don't know if it's gonna be a win or loss in the beginning. This is truly random, and I've seen many scenarios like this, and it shoots up, right? In this case, I am the fisher. I know this is a good place to go in, but I lost because it took the bait, nibbled, and it went away. And that's it. You're gonna embrace. You don't get well. You might get mad if you're trying to catch a fish, and it snags your bait and it goes. But most of the time, it's like, oh damn, okay, fine, we're gonna try again, right? And that's gonna be tomorrow, not today. That's
I love that analogy. It's almost like you have one worm for each day to go out and fish. You're like, okay, I'm going to use this worm on this trade, and then if it works, great. If it doesn't, that's okay. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll go fishing again.
And my point is, trading is not a science.
No,
it's I don't really quite find the word for it, but it's not a science. It's you gotta know what you're doing, but at the same time embrace the randomness of the market. So
thank you, Magnus. W for Magnus, everyone. Type in W for Magnus in chat. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing all of this gold with us today, Magnus.
Thank you, Chet, and thank you, Terry, as well. It has been a pleasure once again.
Let's welcome Ash to the show. Ash, come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. We were celebrating your 400% plus return in your live account. Holy.
Well, hey, we should celebrate your payouts too.
Woo!
Congratulations on the payouts.
Thank you. And Magnus's payouts. We're all winning.
I just took a loss, so there's nothing to celebrate right now, but that's totally fine. It's one loss.
But that's just one fish, one fishing trip.
Because Terry, it is one trade closer to a payout and closer to a win.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, 27 funded accounts. Dang, Magnus. Like, that's amazing.
I think I saw Denny too saying that he got a payout. So we need to throw some W's in chat for Denny as well.
Oh yeah, we should bring him on sometime during the AM session. Maybe this week, we'll see. He's a phenomenal trader. He's really great.
When's the Denny stream?
I don't know, but Ash, I saw.
There's a code. There's a code. Take profit 50 for 50 free resets. Let us know if you got one.
You know, I saw Dennis P&L in April. He had only winners for the entire month of April, like every single day almost. It was just crazy, but literally it was completely green. So he's just phenomenal. But he doesn't like to be in the spotlight too much. He's just doing his thing. He's not showing off. And that's it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, you guys. I have to head out. I wishing you a wonderful stream, Ash, and a wonderful day. You too, Magnus. Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. I'll be back tomorrow with the gang.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Bye.
I see you're flexing your unicorn here. Did you get in or no?
I got front ran here. I was looking for the entry here, and they just barely missed me on that move lower there. So whoever the whale in chat is front running the position, you're keeping me out of my long here.
Yeah, I was also trying to get in lower, but it ran without me. There was a mad pop at some point. But I know exactly the logic you're gonna provide this stream, you are gonna say this was on the daily chart, it was internal to external. Then you're gonna say it took a swing low on the 1 hour, and then you're gonna say you were looking for a 5-minute unicorn. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, this was, in my opinion, I don't think it really gets any more clear than this right here. The fair value gap there on the daily, on top of the fair value gap on the daily, like, what a beautiful reaction too. So like, this is something that I haven't really talked about, but we can go over it real quick now that we're bringing up the analysis. The reaction that you get from these locations is very telling, right? So you can have the logic of being bullish at a fair value gap or being bearish at a gap, whatever gap you're dealing with. So since we're dealing with a bullish gap here, we would want to be bullish at this gap. But if you want to take it one step further in waiting for more confirmations, wait for the type of reaction we get here. Like, it's very clear that there's some very good support shown here. Why isn't it drawing properly? If you take a look at every single one of these candles, right? Every single one of these candles, it's a hammer candle. So it's like it's closing and respecting the gap very decisively. And now the thing that I wanted to get to in this conversation is, and I'm going to ask chat before I just hand it out. When you're thinking about a swing low, right? A swing low is a 3-candle pattern where the second candle has higher lows on each side of it. So Wednesday's daily candle has a higher low, Friday's daily candle has a higher low, and the Thursday candle is the lowest low. So this is a swing low. When you're thinking about a swing low, when does the best chance of expansion happen? At what point in time does the best chances of expansion happen when you're thinking about a swing low? Either throw it in chat or Magnus could shout it out. What do you guys think is the best chance for expansion when you're thinking about a swing low?
I'm going to let chat try on this one. Also, I want to bring up, because you said these are hammer candles. It's one way of looking at it. You like if you're a person like me who doesn't trust discretionary sort of telling, oh, this is a hammer candle and this is not. You can look at the fair value gap sort of, and you can split it up into 50%, and you can see that the bodies are not even touching. They are closing above the halfway of the fair value gap. And in bullish conditions, you really don't want to see it close below the 50% of the fair value gap. So that's another thing you can do. You can look at the closes; they are almost at the very top of the fair value gap. Just another way of measuring the strength of the move, essentially. I
100% agree with that.
I'm sure someone in chat resonates with that.
So everybody's saying the fourth candle. I disagree with that. What the answer for me is the break of the high of the swing low candle. So, because this is not always going to be an inside bar. The third candle of the swing low is not always going to be an inside bar. Think of this as a range here. Think of the swing low candle being the range. And then think about the break of the high of the swing low candle, right? So who is it? Is it Pine that uses inside bars? This is the same thing as an inside bar concept. And now you're using the idea of a swing point to go with that inside bar. So
very beautiful. I've never heard this before. This is some new tech you came up with this year, probably, because I've never heard it before.
Give me 1 second. I don't know why my camera always loses focus.
It's focusing perfectly on the piano, at least. It's not the face. I guess it's highlighting that. So
let me turn the light on. Maybe that'll make a difference.
What do you mean? All the lights are on. They're always on. I see them.
All right, that might have done it. It's a rainy day here in the Carolinas, so maybe when it's dark, it loses focus. But essentially, the conversation that I wanted to have was how to deal with swing lows. I I know that I trade the unicorn model, and a majority of the time the unicorn model is a reversal pattern, but sometimes there's more confirmation in allowing the reversal to happen, right? The reversal is the swing low, and then working off of that reversal. So this is, right, the 3 candle pattern is, here's the swing low here. You have 1, 2, 3. Let the swing low form inside of the gap, then deal with the expansion, is what I'm trying to get at here.
It's beautiful. I'm taking mental notes here. I'm also sure Tom Sabo, he's always watching your streams. He's improving the background. He's taking notes. So that's really great value. I always appreciate the gems you're dropping. And I mean, it shows in your performance, just incredible. 40,000 in live balance. That's a 4x with payouts. It's crazy. Wonderful job.
That's not considering the payouts. The payouts are past 20K at this point.
So we're talking a 6x. That is just crazy. And how long was that? How many months?
131 days or 130, something like that. So 4.25. So we're in our 5th month. Yeah, and like you're going pretty. Like, some people will be in the trades all the time, every day, many trades in a day, in a week, and so on. But you're very slow, very calculated, and methodical with it. And it goes to show that you get paid for your patience and making good decisions and not working harder. You always say this. It's about working smarter, not working harder. Yeah, in my opinion, you don't make more money by taking more trades. You don't make more money by holding a position longer. Mm-hmm. You make more money by using larger capital. Mm. You capture 25 points every single time. Sometimes you're doing it with one account, but then when you can compound and you do it with 10 accounts, 20, 30, 40, however many accounts you end up getting, that you do the same thing. You're still capturing 25 points, but when you're capturing 25 points with 40 accounts, that's where you actually make more money. So the key is in the compounding. The key is in sticking with the process, allowing the result to be a byproduct. But the hard part is that delayed gratification. Everybody wants it right now, when that's just not this business. The harder you push, the more backlash you're going to get. It's a work smarter, not harder type of business. And the other thing is the mental and emotional intelligence. Like, a lot of people can't handle having a loss. And when they have a loss, that is the exact thing that sends them down a rabbit hole into a dark, intrusive thought place that ends up ruining the rest of your business. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, that's a very dangerous place to be. Usually because I have a lot of people reaching out to me as well. And I'm sure since you have a community and you're mentoring, you have seen this many times. But that's like one of the key issues people have. They try to make everything back quick. They can't handle their portfolio not being at an all-time high at every moment. They can't handle it. So they increase the risk or take more trades or something like this. When the reality is you should be going slower. You should be slowing down, decreasing risk, and not increasing it. That could be one of the worst things you do for yourself. A lot of people, they take a loss and then they have this need to make that money back. They want to end the day green. The market does not care what you need or want. So if you're going to have the mindset of saying, let me size up on this next trade to try to make up what I just did for that loss, that's normally the time where you blow the account. Exactly. Instead of just sitting there and accepting the loss without ruining your mentality, you still show up the next day with the same amount of attention, the same amount of discipline, the same amount of emotional intelligence, and you still conduct your same process the next day. Truly. But even the same thing goes with wins too, though, because it could be just as detrimental getting overconfident and oversizing when you get overconfident. Just because you take a winning trade, your last trade has nothing to do with your next trade. The market is so random. And that was one of the conversations I was going to have because I heard you talking about it. And I thought there was an extreme amount of value there.
Yeah, I mean, another problem is people are chasing perfectionism in something where perfectionism, it doesn't exist in this business. Even if you think that it can be broken down into a science and you actually believe there is something coded that runs the markets, even then you will never be able to figure it 100% out. So you got to embrace imperfectionism, right? It's not perfect every single time. And for example, many traders in the chat 100% resonate with this. They are trying to take a trade. Everything looks perfect. It's an A+ setup. And it comes down, they place a limit entry, and it front runs them by 1 tick or something and goes to their TP like a rocket. Then they will tilt and they will try to make up for it, right? And then it just goes all over the place. So I always, the way, because I have been there, I know because I've been there. So the way I broke it down, maybe it will help someone in chat, is thinking about a random distribution. It's just a sequence. The same way as when you take a trade and it runs straight to your TP by exactly on the tick and then reverses. It gets you out, you take profit, and then it goes back against you. The same way, that's all part of variance. Every scenario will happen. Every single scenario. So you got to embrace it and accept that it's part of it. You will also have trades which have zero drawdown or which come close to your stop loss, but then reverse and go straight to your TP. Every scenario will happen. You got to accept that they happen and not do anything stupid. It's a trap.
So for this exact reason, this is one of the reasons why I don't move my stop loss. Mm-hmm. People think that they could understand price so perfectly that they can determine what the next price fluctuation is going to be. Reality of the situation is price is extremely random. Price is never going to be perfect. I truly believe that there's no such thing as perfection. So for that reason, I would rather give it the wiggle room it needs because it's imperfect to allow it to do whatever it wants to do while I get to keep my thesis. I get to keep my idea or my long play or my short play and see if it actually works out or not. If you try to overmanage your position, you're going to stop yourself out of the position before it actually does what it wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But this is also highly personal. Some people, they like moving their stop. Maybe it's you gotta remember that there's no really correct way to skin this cat, but there are ways that work out more often than others. And moving your stop up, it may be a good decision if there's actually reason for it to move up. Like you are saying, you do not want to be in this trade if it gets to this level anymore. Okay, fine. But if you just move it to break even for the case of being break even, then you're probably just emotionally moving it because you don't want to take a loss.
That was perfectly said.
Thank you.
There is no right or wrong. It's just a matter of making money or losing money. So whatever works best for yourself is how you should move forward, right? If you want to move your stop, if your data proves that, if you've seen withdrawals because of it, then everything I'm saying here should go completely out the window, because what matters is your own ability to execute trades. So if you're executing trades differently, then have that tunnel vision, put the blinders on and focus on your own data. Do what you need to do to fit it to your personality to get the best results. We're all our own unique individual. We're going to have different ways of thinking. We're going to have different feelings and emotions. So the way that I react to something, I fit my execution to that understanding, to those emotional intelligence, to that mental intelligence. But if you react differently to something, then refine it to yourself. Refine it to your own personality and your own character traits.
That's perfect. And also on a closing note, I'll let you get your lessons here in just a moment. I'll just say, many people, they want to be right in trading, but they need to realize maybe you should want to be correct. I mean, you want to make money instead. You can look to take a perfect 5RR trade or something just because you want it to run that level perfectly. You're targeting all-time highs. You are expecting it to go there because you want to be right. You want to short the top of the bull market because you want to be right. You want to say, I picked the top of the bull market, instead of actually you waiting a little bit, and then you take your little bit piece of the move and take your money and you get out, and that's it. and you're not perfect, but you made money. Who do you want to be? For me, I want to be the latter. I want to make money, which is ironic because I took a loss today, but that's just all part of the game. So it's totally fine.
It's just another learning experience. It is an expense of the business. In any business that you try to run, you will have to use money to make money. And every time you use money, that does not guarantee you a return. So it's the same thing as going to school, right? This is the cost of your tuition. You pay for your tuition without ever having any sort of income, but you still go to school to learn. So
exactly. Every single day you show up and you learn. If you show up every day, then you will never miss your lucky day, because some days you get lucky. Essentially, not in trading maybe, but in every area, in every facet of life, you got to show up and just do your thing every single time. It won't show immediately, but over time it will show. So thank you so much, Az, for this discussion. I always love chatting with you, given that I've learned so much from you already. It's very cool to be in this position at MFTV and chatting to someone who used to learn from a lot.
Yeah, I really appreciate you taking some time out of your day to join the stream. It's always a pleasure getting to have this conversation with you, and it's really providing some value, getting to see multiple different perspectives. It's like Magnus is saying the same things I'm saying through his own perspective. And that's where the people that are viewing these streams can find the correlation. Like, even though we're operating this business differently, there are certain unique characteristics that are covered across all of the traders.
Exactly.
And you can see that when we all talk about it.
And what's interesting is, now this is my final thought. What's interesting is, many times people will have their different systems they believe is the correct way of viewing the market or whatever. But I mean, let's say you would get this unicorn, for example, and you would take that. For someone, it's a Fibonacci retracement, but then it goes to TP or something. Good traders tend to analyze like in a different way, but they come to the same conclusion as well, which is very interesting. So there truly isn't a right or wrong way to view this market. But for now, I will let you talk about the unicorn, which is your way of doing the market.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. And thank you, chat, as well, for sticking around. We will have something dropping very soon this segment. Denny is actually the main chef nowadays. So he is the one who handles all the goodies. So thank you so much.
All righty. Have a good day.
You too.
Hey, what's up, chat? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Happy Monday. How's everybody doing today? How'd everybody's weekend go? Anybody do anything fun this weekend? Get some time to touch some grass, reset, recharge, do something good for the soul. I was spending time with the in-laws. We got to watch some football this weekend. We did a little barbecue, grilled up some hamburgers, watched some football. It was a great time. It was a perfect way to mentally reset, clear the mind, do something good for the soul, spend time with the loved ones. Those are the type of things that really make a difference in this business. Those are the type of things that are going to allow you to continue to keep showing up with motivation, with consistency, with discipline. When you get those sharp reminders of your reason why. If your reason why is strong enough, you will be able to endure anyhow. Okay, so give yourself a nice little reminder. That way you can continue to keep showing up. Let's go ahead and get through the information for today. This is the position we're looking at, but I want to make sure we get through our entire game plan. Same thing as every other week. It's just a different week. We got to develop our game plan. That way we understand what we're looking at for the week. That way we have a view for the market. That way we have a thesis or an idea to move forward with so that we understand how to execute for the week. Okay, so we'll come back to this, but let's go ahead and get some weekly outlooks completed. All right. Then we'll come back to intraday action. All right. Let's take a look. All right. So I began to talk about it with Magnus here. In my opinion, this one is extremely clear. Price had tapped into a bullish fair value gap. Right? We're on the daily chart. We're looking at swing lows, swing highs, and FEGs. Depending on where price is currently located, that is what helps us determine a bias. So in my opinion, seeing that price was getting supported by a bullish FEG on the daily chart, that is the reason why I'm bullish. So if you saw my messages in chat earlier this morning, this is what I was referring to. I kept saying NQ, IRL to ERL on the daily chart, all-time highs incoming. This is the exact reason why. So price clearly showed very good support from this area. Take a look at all these candles here. Look at the formation of those candles. They are clearly being supported by this gap right here. For that reason, I am bullish for new all-time highs. Very simple. All I do is look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. So the weekly outlook for this week was price bounced off of a bullish FEG. Therefore, we're going to look for higher prices to new all-time highs. Nothing more complicated than that. And what a move to start the week. What a move to start the week. Love to see the bulls step right back in, take control, and move right back to all-time highs. So this is one of those examples. We're going to have a quick little side conversation. People are asking about the live account. I trade with my community, right? So all of the trades that have been taken in that live account, a lot of them occur in my community, right? There's a lot of times where I'll come on stream here where I've already completed my trade for the day, right? So I've taken trades here on stream. I've taken trades off of stream with my community, right? So there's more trades than what has been shown on this live stream is what I'm trying to tell you. It's the same model. It's the same concepts. It's everything that I'm talking about here. But you have to understand that not every single trade is going to be shown on this live stream because I can't determine when they happen. I efficiently react to price. So whenever price allows me to take risk, I take the risk. Sometimes it'll happen on stream. Sometimes it'll happen in my community. So I can't control that. But I'll continue to keep conducting the model so that you can see it when it occurs and when my risk management allows me to. For example, if I've taken a trade on that day and I've already completed my risk, I'm done for the day. I'm not going to come on here and take 10 more trades just to show a trade. I'm focusing on my journey. I'm focusing on my account. I want to continue to keep conducting my model and my risk management. I'm not going to change that just to get a trade on the stream. Just make sure that's very clear. So ES, it's the correlated pair to NQ. It's going to end up being the same bias, right? So different gap, but same bias. We tapped into a bullish gap down here, right? So this is your IRL down here. And it's the same exact thesis. IRL to ERL. We are bouncing from a bullish fair value gap. Therefore, I'm bullish, looking for new all-time highs. Okay? So bullish on NQ and ES for new all-time highs. We'll hop over to oil. I will have to update this bias in my community, but same exact thing. So in my community, on Sundays, I'll do a weekly outlook like we're doing right here. So that's why you see the information already on the chart. I had stated that I was bearish because of look at this reaction, right? This is what the chart looks like on a Sunday right here. Ready? Whoa. Hold on. Give me a second here. All right. That took a while to load. All right. I guess we're not going to be able to do the replay mode. Not sure why the chart is. Okay. Maybe we will. All right. Perfect. Not sure what's going on there. All right, so this is what the chart looked like on Sunday when I went to do my weekly outlook, right? Price had taken out a swing high on the daily chart, and then look at the candle formation, right? We did not displace through the swing high, right? The candle did not close up here. No, it got rejected from the swing high, and we closed back inside the range. Okay, so for that reason, right, we've taken out a swing high, so a location to be bearish. And then after taking out the swing high, we closed back inside the range, right? So those two things led me to a bearish bias like you're seeing now, and we got the move that we were looking for. This is an example of external to internal, a bearish move from above a swing high lower to an FVG. And what a move it was, because this bias has now been completed, right? What a beautiful move here. So the bearish idea of moving from the swing high down to the FVG has been completed, okay? Beautiful bearish bias there on oil. Dixie, same exact situation as oil. Price swept a swing high. Here's the swing high. After sweeping the swing high, it then closed back inside the range. Since that happened, I'm looking at a move lower to the FVG. So again, same exact thing as oil, external to internal. I have a bearish bias looking for price to go to this FVG here. Good start to the bias. We got one move lower. We'll see if we'll finish the move into the FVG. Lastly is Euro. Euro did complete the bias. This is another beautiful move. So these are all great examples of how I determine bias. This is what we've been working on every single month I've been here on stream with you all. Okay. All we do is look at swing lows, swing highs, and FVGs on the daily chart. Seeing that price swept a swing low. After sweeping the swing low, we then closed back inside the range. Though that is the reason why I was bullish for a move back internal to the FVG. And amazing job. We tapped the FVG there. So this one would also be completed. Some outstanding biases for a Monday. And this leads into the second conversation that I wanted to have with you all. Don't fall into the trap of social media, right? A lot of people on social media are going to say, you know, it's a Monday with no news. Maybe you should avoid Mondays and allow the Monday range to develop before trading. In my opinion, you can trade any day that you'd like to trade if you can provide sound logic to your decision making, right? To me, the swing low formed when the Friday candle closed. So this bullish bias is logic that I would act upon. Right? So it doesn't matter that Monday has no news. It doesn't matter if you want to let the Monday range develop. There is logic to look for this move back internal, plain and simple. The swing low formed after sweeping a external location. So looking for this move makes sense. Okay, so looks like the Euro bias has been completed. Dixie might reach lower. Let's see if the Dixie bias gets completed. Oil has already been completed. And then ES and NQ, we're looking for all-time highs as the overall target. All right, so the next conversation I wanted to have is, I hinted at it there with Magnus, is understanding swing lows. So I'm just going to take a sip of my kombucha and then we'll go into the concept of swing lows. Kaboosh. Yeah, that's Steve's saying, right? Kabooshed. All right. So earlier I was mentioning when is the best time that expansion is going to happen. When you're thinking about a swing low, when is the highest probable time that expansion is going to happen? In my opinion, the best time that expansion is going to happen is when the high of the candle that creates the swing low gets displaced through. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a look at the lower time frame too. Right, so take a look. A swing low is a 3-candle pattern. 1, 2, 3. It's a 3-candle pattern where the second candle of the pattern has higher lows on each side of it. So notice this candle has a higher low. Notice this candle has a higher low. Notice how this second candle is the lowest low. This is, in fact, a swing low. Okay? Notice where the expansion happens here. Again, the swing low is formed, right, because you have the higher low here. So higher low, lowest low, higher low. When price displaces through the high of the swing low candle, we get expansion. Right, so in terms of additional logic for your understanding of price action, you could be using this as a confirmation, right? Here's another way of thinking about it, right? This is for your price action pattern traders. Who in chat uses engulfing bar candles as a form of entry? Right? This is an engulfing bar candle. This candle engulfed this candle. Who uses that theory? Does anybody use the idea of engulfing bars? This is the same exact thing. This is the same exact thing. Once again, it's just different terminology, right? It's the same. We're looking at the same thing, just using different terminology. So, in my opinion, using the logic that we already use, right? Looking for longs below old swing lows. So here's the swing low. Price swept it out. When price is at these levels, we then look for SMT to confirm the idea. Right, so it's the same logic over and over and over again. We had a swing low. We took it out. We ran below it. When we ran below it, we had bullish SMT. So take a look at this. Hop over here to ES. You can see that we took out the swing low here. And then you can see that ES put in a lower low here. Right, there's your bullish SMT. ES creates a lower low at the same time NQ creates a higher low. This is bullish SMT. And look at what happens right after the SMT. Expansion higher. Right, so the logic of SMT clearly showed its hand today. Long the stronger pair. Well, guess which pair was able to run above the highs? NQ, because NQ is the stronger pair. Look at ES. ES failed to run above the highs because it's the weaker pair. SMT says so. Very clear. It's the same concepts every single day. It's the same concepts. You can see the SMT again, right? So now if we're analyzing the highs, ES failed to run above the highs. whereas NQ did run above the highs, right? So again, ES is showing to be the weaker pair. NQ was able to run above the highs. ES did not run above the highs. ES is the weaker pair. It's very clear. Right? So if there was a pair to go lower, if there was a pair to go reach down towards that opening range low, I would consider it to be ES. The purpose behind the conversation is to show the concepts so that you understand how to define them, understand how to identify them. Then it's just a matter of using them properly, efficiently reacting to them. Okay? So just so we're clear, I did show a long position earlier this morning. I am in my live account. I understand that it is, you can't see it because my screenshot or my camera's in front of it. But I have no positions on. I'm in the account now. You can see that there's no positions on the screen. I'm not taking this long that I showed you this morning, this one right here. I'm not taking this long. Okay. I'm more interested in waiting for my payout to hit. Okay. So it's very simple logic here. It has nothing to do with the model, and it has everything to do with risk management. Okay. And this is something that maybe we should talk about as well. Just because there's a trade shown on the screen doesn't mean you should take the trade. Okay, here's my logic. I'm submitting a payout today. I'm going to ensure that nothing changes the fact that that payout will get approved, right? So, for example, if I went in, right, I request a payout, and then I go in and I try to start trading again, but then I blow up the account. That payout's not going to get approved because you just ruined the balance you needed to get that payout. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because logic is not just shown on the screen here, okay? Yes, this is a bullish unicorn. I'm going to put it back on the screen, right? Yes, this is bullish. This is a bullish unicorn. Yes, there is SMT at the lows showing that NQ is stronger. Yes, my bias is bullish. Yes, I'm looking for new all-time highs. No, I'm not taking this trade. Why is that? It's because risk management is more important than anything that's shown on the screen. It's very simple for me to say this. I'm not going to do anything that would ruin my chances of that payout getting denied. It's that simple. It's that simple. Okay, so has nothing to do with the model, has everything to do with risk management, but we can still sit here and watch it. We'll see what happens here. I'm just telling you, I will not be taking this trade. Very simple. Risk management is the #1 priority at all times. And if you can't make that your priority, then, you know, when you go to submit those withdrawals, don't be surprised if they get denied because you blew up the account because you couldn't wait for that payout to get approved, right? That's on you. That's on you. Have some discipline there. Have some discipline. Have some patience. Understand your priorities. We'll wait and watch it, but there's nothing that could take me away from getting that payout approved. All right, so that's the information that I wanted to go through today. Phenomenal conversation. We got the weekly outlooks completed. We talked about intraday action. We're taking a look at a bullish unicorn. I explained my logic to why I'm not taking the trade. Now that you understand how I'm approaching today, let's hop over into some questions. Let me get over to chat. That way I can go back and forth with you all. I could communicate with you guys about any questions or information. So last thing is this is exactly what has gotten me to those payouts, right? Choosing risk management over any type of emotion, choosing risk management over whatever is on the screen, choosing risk management over anything anybody is saying, right? It doesn't matter what you say in chat. You can go ahead and call me all the names you want. It doesn't matter because I'm still going to wait until that payout gets approved, right? So it's a matter of risk management is what it comes down to. That exact risk management has gotten me 15 payouts in the last 4 months. So we've had 15 payouts on the live account over a 4-month period in which there has been no expenses. So imagine being in one account, not having to use any of your own money and having income coming in. So 0 expenses for the past 4 months with 15 withdrawals. So there's only been income. That's what profitability looks like, is when your income is greater than your expenses. So for that reason, we've been able to scale the live account, right? So we started with 1 contract of NQ when we had a smaller balance. We worked on increasing the balance. We moved to 2 contracts of NQ. And now we're at 4 contracts of NQ. So the goal of the live account is continue to keep compounding. As I was saying when Magnus was on the stream, you make more money using more capital, right? I'm still doing the same thing I was in the beginning of the live account, but now I get to do it with larger size, which is creating larger returns, okay? And it's the same exact concepts that we have been talking about throughout my time here on the stream. Divide your drawdown by 10, right? So when the drawdown was less than 10K, right? I was risking less than $1,000 per trade. When the drawdown got to 20K, dividing the drawdown by 10 allowed me to risk 2K per trade. Now the drawdown's to 40K. So divide that by 10. And now you can see why I'm using 4 contracts. So your position size is built with the buffer. Okay? When the drawdown gets to 100K and I move to 6 contracts or 8 contracts, that's the purpose. It's allow the compounding to do the heavy work. You do the same thing over and over and over again. And when the balance increases, that's when you increase your size. You don't increase your size because you want to get at a drawdown. No, the process remains the same. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. So who knows, a couple more months, maybe we'll be up to 10 contracts of NQ. You guys will get to watch me smash 10 contracts at NQ right on stream. All right, enough of the rant. I got 13 more minutes before my segment comes to an end. The last thing I'll say about the live account is you should still be completing all of the aspects to this business, right? I'm not saying never take payouts, right? What I'm currently doing is taking smaller partial payouts along the way, right? Like today's withdrawal was $1,700, right? It is a smaller amount than the amount of buffer I have for the simple fact that I still want good risk management. I still want income, right? We still need to be taking payouts, but don't completely take a full payout. That way you can build a buffer to keep sizing up. You understand what I'm saying? So instead of just withdrawing the entire amount, take a small partial payout so you can keep the buffer so that you can continue to keep compounding. Right? Like if I took the entire payout, then it would essentially close the account because then I would have no more drawdown to use. You see what I'm saying? All right. Now enough for the rant. Sorry that it just kept on going. I wanted to make sure everybody understands what we're working on here, how we're approaching it, the mindset and the logic behind it. Now I'll hop over to chat. I'm going to refresh it now. Ask me any questions, throw any type of question or information in the chat, and we can go over it now. If you're finding any value from this stream, if you're finding any value from any of the hosts, any of the special guests we have, if you're finding any value from all the giveaways that we do us a favor, like the channel, like the video, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. We're going to continue to keep working and learning every single week. All right, and let's take a look. Feel free to ask me any type of question, anything to do with this trading business. I'm getting over to chat now, and we'll start going through it. I got another 10 minutes with you all before Tom's segment comes up. Would you consider longing on NQ now? No, I am not taking this long. The reason why I'm not taking this long is because I'm currently waiting for a payout. It has nothing to do with the model. This is, in fact, a bullish unicorn. But what I'm telling you is I'm not going to do anything to ruin the chances of my payout getting approved. So it has nothing to do with the model. It has nothing to do with price action. It has everything to do with risk management. I will not be taking this trade. Ash, do you have a YouTube where I can check out your model? Yes, I have an entire playlist right here. It says, so if you just search @_Ash_trades_, if you put that into the YouTube search bar, you'll see my YouTube page, and then you'll see a free playlist called the Unicorn Model Playlist. That's the model that I execute. Hey, Ash, please go through a step-by-step process of executing your model. You could do that at that playlist. Same thing. Just type that into the search bar, go to the YouTube page. There's a completely free playlist called the Unicorn Model Playlist. Ash, do you look at numbers when trading? Does that have an impact on your emotions whilst trading? Do you mean like round numbers, right? Like 25,000, that's a psychological number. Is that what you mean by that question? If so, no, that is not something that I look at. Ash, have you back tested your model, and what does that data say? I'm a huge component of live trading. There's a huge difference between live trading and back testing. For example, you do not feel the emotions while back testing. So in my opinion, I'd rather show up and live trade every single day instead of back testing. Okay. And yes, I do have data backing that information because I have been live trading for the past decade. The other thing about back testing too is that you don't deal with the delayed gratification. Right. So for example, this is a 15-minute chart. So we have another 7 minutes before this candle closes. Right. So you have to deal with the emotions and the mental intelligence of allowing the candle to produce itself. You have to wait another 7 minutes until you get more information here. Right. So now compare that to this right here. This is still a 15-minute chart, but guess what? You instantaneously get a new candle. You instantaneously get a new candle. You instantaneously get a new candle. So we just waited 30 seconds, but we just got 45 minutes worth of candles here. You see the difference there? You don't deal with the delayed gratification when back testing. Again, for that reason, I would rather just live trade. Right? Like you're going to feel so many emotions watching this candle go up and down, up and down, and up and down, and up and down. And you need to learn how to deal with those emotions. But you're not going to feel that when back testing because you immediately get new information. On top of the fact that watching this P&L fluctuate, right? This dollar amount, wherever you enter, watching the dollar amount go minus 500, plus 500, minus 1,000, plus 1,000, that's going to make you feel a different way. Whereas in back testing, you immediately get a new result. So there's a lot of delayed gratification that you have to deal with that you don't deal with in back testing. And for that reason, I'd rather not back test. I'd rather live trade. Ash, how long did it take you to become profitable? My first year went very well, but I think that was completely beginner's luck. So I'm not counting the first year. I had no clue what I was doing. I was just testing things out, trying new things. And I think I got lucky with some options on the first year. The second and third year went horrible. That was very red, both of those years. It wasn't until the fourth year that I found any form of consistency, any form of profitability. So it took me at least 4 years to actually have a process, to actually obtain profits, to actually find any sort of consistency. Is SMT an added confluence in your model? Yes. Yes, it is. We use SMT to understand when liquidity has been taken. We use SMT to understand the stronger or weaker pair. SMT is like it's the market showing you its hand saying it's now time to execute. So yes, it's a confirmation tool. Any other questions? Any other information? Throw it in chat. I got another 5 minutes before Tom's segment comes up. Let's see how chat is doing as well. Throw it in chat. Are you one? Throw 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. Starting off with some 1s. Let's go. Love to see that. Couple 3s, couple more 1s. Wow. Majority 1s today. Let's go, chat. Was it the longs that did it for you? Majority 1s today. Love to see that. Very good job, chat. If I follow your rules perfectly, will I be profitable? First things first, I don't believe in perfection. So I don't think there's a way of perfectly following the rules. And 2, no. The model has nothing to do with your mental and emotional intelligence, your acceptance of risk, your ability to execute. Okay, your understanding of your emotions, your capability of handling your thoughts, your capability of efficiently reacting to live data, those are the things that make you profitable. So no, a model will not make you profitable. I don't care what model you use. It could be any model. And I'm here to tell you that you can have the same exact list of rules. You can have the same exact strategy or model. But I'm here to tell you that your ability to control your emotions, your ability to control your thoughts, and your ability to efficiently execute, that's the actual thing that will make you profitable or not. So no, we are unique individuals. You do not have the same emotional intelligence that I have. You do not have the same mental intelligence that I have, better or worse. I'm not saying I'm better. I could be way worse. But what I'm saying is we're unique to ourselves. We're unique to our own abilities. Aren't emotions guided by the rules? No, absolutely not. Ash, if you're on a live account, you can request a payout anytime. You don't have to wait for end of day. It's 1 payout per day. You can only submit 1 payout per day. So yes, you do have to wait if you've, right? I've already submitted a payout today. So if I were to make more profits, I cannot request another payout. It's one per day. Ash, I see SMT at the piano right now. Is it time to shred? Yeah, I'll go hop over onto the keys. Clearly that means it's time to play another song. Ash, is your playlist on YouTube enough to learn your full model? Yes, that is my full model. That is the unicorn model. Whether you have been working with me here on this live stream, I've taught the model here on this live stream, and then there's also that full playlist there. So you can see it on either one of those locations. Is your stop loss at NQ below the swing low or at it? Again, I'm not in this trade. I'm in my live account right now, and you can see that there's no orders on the screen. I did not take this trade. I explained that I'm not taking this trade because I'm more interested in my payout getting approved today. So it has nothing to do with the information that's shown on the screen. It has everything to do with my risk management. I'm more interested in getting my payout approved. I'm not going to do anything that would ruin that opportunity. So, any last questions? Any last information? If I was in the trade, yes, it's exactly what's shown on the screen. That's why I used the position indicator tool. That's exactly what the position would look like. Entry, stop loss, take profit. Yes, it would be at the swing low. The only time it wouldn't be at the swing low is if this was like a 200-point range, if it's too much risk. Any last questions? We'll do one more question and then we'll hand the mic over to Tom. Any last questions? What's the maximum point you will take in stop loss? It's the swing low. Entry at the beginning of the breaker. All right, this is the beginning of the breaker. The maximum stop loss I'll use is at the swing point. All right, so since that was a long idea, it would be the swing low. If it was a short idea, it would be the swing high. That's the maximum I would use. That's what true invalidation is for me. Alrighty, chat. That is the end of my segment there. Thank you all for another great day. Great way to start the week. Let's continue to keep showing up, relentlessly working and learning every single chance we can get. Let's go ahead and throw a bunch of W's in chat for Tom. I'm going to go ahead and welcome him on the stage. We'll hand the mic over to him, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a nice day, chat.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Thank you so much, Ash. W's for Ash, everybody. It was always, just like always, an amazing session. Thank you so much for all the knowledge or the info. And obviously, on a Friday, it's just overwhelming information. Thank you so much again, Ash. It was amazing. Good to be back. Chat, welcome, everybody. How's it going? How was the weekend? I hope the weekend was great. It was good, right? It was amazing. The weekend was amazing. How's everybody doing? Anyone is in profits today? Come on. Don't be shy. You can tell it. Welcome, Abhishek, Danny. I don't know if Magnus is here. How's Magnus doing, by the way? I heard he was a little bit sick, ill, some flu maybe. I don't know. I don't have an update on that. Weekend is always great. Nice. Good to see you. All right. Awesome. Nice. It's always good to see that the weekend recharges everybody. Lots of things to talk about. We have some news this week, right? So that would be amazing. Still sick. Oh yeah. I heard him talking with Ash. Like obviously the voice is not 100% back. He still is. Oh, he's gonna get better. He's my cousin, you know. He's definitely gonna get better. All right. So any profits today so far? What happened? Obviously, I know what happened. I haven't traded in the London session, so I have actually zero idea about. I mean, I had an idea about the New York session narrative, but I haven't really checked all the levels in London session. All is good. AMD, welcome back. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, it's the season. It's just, you know, it's the season. You know, winter is coming. It seems like everybody gets a bit of a flu here and there. So, let's just do a little bit of a tape reading or reading the narrative, like what was really happening. London was clean. Actually, you know what? Let's go through this narrative, like what was happening since 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. We had some levels if we look to the left, but not too much. Yeah, not too much. So, as I can see that here, London was actually edging higher a little bit here, all the way up until 5 a.m. Good morning, Mike. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, Jon Snow. Hey, welcome, MFFU. What's up? So, it seems like pretty much bullish, and it felt like, you know, just earlier, but we're going to go over what I thought is going to happen. And obviously today I'm in a bit of a red here. Because I thought that we're going to break that 25K and higher. I had no zone, by the way, on that level. The only zone I have, as you guys can see it, is the 3-minute demand zone right here, down at 820. So again, 820. And I do feel a bit of a FOMO here because, as I told you guys, I see no other area here. As far as I've checked, this happened, and this is why, you know, I just put up a video on my YouTube channel about this if you want to check it out. I just uploaded it today, and look at how it started in London, and that's why I really like these zones. You know, this here, and I'm on the 3-minute chart right now, and hopefully this is going to make some sense to you guys. This candle here at 2:06, so 6 minutes after 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the 3-minute chart. Look at this. I'm going to zoom in, and this is going to make a little bit of a better narrative, like what I was looking for. So we had a bearish candle. A bearish candle on the 3-minute chart. So I used to look for zones anywhere between the 1 and 1 hour chart, maybe, but most likely 1, 3, 5, and 15-minute charts. But I definitely checked out this one here at 2:06 Eastern Standard Time. Now, what's the specialty of this one? And this is kind of like a continuation of that video that I put on my channel. Like, we need the liquidity sweep. There was a swing low, obviously not the perfect swing low, swing low, yeah, that has been swept here. So this was the sweep right there to there. Okay, so this was the sweep here. Obviously, as you can see, that the Asia session was pushing higher, and this is just amazing, by the way. This is why I think it's kind of beautiful. This is art, by the way. Art by the markets. I think this is art. Can we call this art? Of course we can. So as the market progressed higher, we had a pullback. Let me just do something quick. So we had a pullback at 2:06 on the 3-minute chart. We swept a swing low. Now that's number one criteria, art on charts. Yeah. And look at this. After this 3-minute bearish candle, the push started in the London session. Look at this. Boom. Just went higher. Even went down, shook out the, squeezed the longs, took some liquidity. And this is just so beautiful to read the narrative like this. Look at what happened. Went up, squeezed the longs, swept some orders, and then continued higher all the way up there. Now, this was absolutely amazing. I think this was the most powerful demand zone or bullish order block throughout the day, with the London session included, right? And so it kept pushing higher. Obviously, I'm not going to go over what happened here. We all know it. And look at that. Look at that. I don't know what was the narrative up here, but definitely the bulls went out of steam, and it seems like we're just taking the elevator down, and it's just, you know, going down and more down. But if we switch to the 1 minute chart, actually forget the 1 minute chart, let's just stay on the 3 minute, and I'm going to switch to the 5 minute in a second. Like, I feel like there are like maybe one or two scenarios. One scenario is that this is a long squeeze, like it's squeezing the long positions. It already squeezed them all the way down here to 845. But, you know, maybe some orders or stops are still resting below. I kind of feel like it might not be the end. I'm not going to trade this, but I'm very curious how this is going to go down. I feel like the move is not finished yet. And if we switch to the 5 minute chart, look at this. Like, this is an extra confirmation, technically. We had the fair value. Actually, sorry, let me get this off here. So we had the fair value gap on this candle. Boom. And look at that. Kind of like an inversion gap thingy happening. Not the candle at 11:10, but 11:15 candle. Actually, it closed lower, definitely confirming that we have inverted this fair value gap. That's a very strong bullish sign. The next bullish sign, and I'm going to zoom in on the 5 minute. I'm just, you know, I so much enjoy reading the narrative here. The candle at 11:20, actually, let me switch to a different pointer here. The candle at 11:20, look at it. It went higher and picked up liquidity just slightly in this bearish fair value gap. Look at that. Boom. Right there. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now, right there. It picked up orders right there. That's the point. That candle, or that point. It picked up orders. So retracement back into the gap on the 5 minute, perfect inversion gap. And now I feel like this might not be the end here. This might not be the end. The perfect move for the market, well, if there's any perfect, there's no such. I mean, yeah, there are perfect moves sometimes. Yes, we all know that. But if the narrative changed up here, and I'm not even talking about SMT right now. I'm not even watching ES right now. This is just purely NQ. And this would be just for fun. I would love to see price go down to that 3 minute demand zone. And that is starting somewhere around 820, as I said. Would be amazing, right? It's just amazing to read the market like this. So, yeah. Anyway, this is what I think. I'm not going to jump into this trade for many reasons. One reason is that today I had two small stops, one on gold and one on NQ. I don't really want to push it more. So that's it. If I would jump in right now to a short, it would definitely go against me all the way up there. With the 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, well, I don't know. Let's see. The level would be 821 with a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. It's risky. You know why it's risky? Because even if you put your stop loss right there, the market can still decide that it wants to go back into that fair value gap and pick up some more orders. So that would be the problem. And this is one of the reasons I'm not entering here. The entry would have been down here, but still. I think that 820 would be a good target. I can't take it, Rich. Oh, sorry, Rain. I can't take it, Rain. I can't take it. For the team, right? Embrace the chase? Do you guys really want me to embrace the chase? Is that really something? This is not something we do here. We do not chase the market, okay? We are using proper risk management. That's what we do. It's all about proper risk management. Exactly. So in this scenario, what I wanted to say is, hold on a second. In this scenario, it can also go back up there into the gap, pick up some more orders, and then maybe finish up the day down there in that demand zone. So got to be careful. The entry is definitely way past by. So, but that's what I think. On the upside, no trade. Exactly, Sudip. No trade here. Not for me, at least. And on the upside, I have absolutely no target, which, as you remember, guys, we talked about this. This makes it a more simpler scenario. Obviously, we have all-time high there, and that's amazing, and that's awesome. But I don't care about the all-time high. I don't see a zone. I don't see a proper target on the upside. The only target I see is down there at 812. So yeah, this 15-minute candle is closing right now. Let me just get this off. So because of that, we are just, okay, this is a new 15-minute fair value gap. So yeah, definitely be careful with the shorts. It could be just going up there and creeping for some more orders. That's just an idea. Just an idea. Quick look on gold, because I was watching gold and I was so obsessed to go short. And as you can see it, I have my 5-minute demand zone right down there. So I took a short on gold earlier. As you can see, it didn't work out. And this just gives me the idea not to chase it or not to get married to the idea to go short again. As we're approaching to lunch hour, this is just something that I think we should just leave as it is. On the upside, I see nothing on gold. Obviously, it can go anywhere, like all-time high. So look for round numbers like 3,900, or I don't know. We just passed through the 3,850, so there's just nothing to do with it. If there would be a strong displacement below 3,850, actually 49.5, I would be interested in the short. But that's it. Okay, that is it. So far it's the no trade zone. That's, yeah, I want to know, good question, AMD. I mean, has anyone took some heavy trades today? And I don't want to hear anyone who lost. I mean, I hope nobody blew up their evaluation or funded account today. I really hope so. It's just Monday, guys. Come on. W for the winners. Where's the winner? So just saying. Just saying. There was an L. Come on, trash trades. Congratulations. Was there a sneaky code? I haven't watched. I haven't checked. Thank you. Took some sell side. Yeah, it took. Yeah, definitely it did. I'm just not trusting any long positions. If you really want to go long, oh man. I have nothing here. The only level I see is a possible, that 3-minute demand zone, and that's it. And I'm not even trying to go short on this one. So how's everybody? You got an error? What happened? Oh, sorry. That's the other thing. Congratulations to the winners. Yeah. Let's go. Do you guys have any questions about the zones, technicals, risk management, or about the weekend, trading related, of course, or about the upcoming few days, or about trading related stuff? Let me know. I do have a good topic for today as well. I do. How can you become a winner? You have to be a very good friend of Abhishek and Danny and Magnus, and if you're really good friends with them, they can help you out, hopefully, right? That's the only way. Be ultra fast. Yeah, exactly. Be ultra fast. That's the only way. Oh my gosh, look at the 1-minute chart right now. Absolutely just consolidating. Of course, you guys have to be really good friends. If Abhishek needs something, you gotta help him, and that's the only way. I want an account from my. Oh, nice! Congratulations, OP Guardian. Let's go. Congratulations, Dave. What's up? Do you think a possible government shutdown will affect what? No, It's not. I don't think that's gonna. Is it something that's in the air? I wasn't reading the news today that much. I was on the road. I was driving a lot, but I don't think that would be affecting the market all that. I mean, there was government shutdown. I mean, I don't know how many times, but at least once or twice, right? Anyone knows how many times the government shut down already in the past 20 years, just for example? Maybe once or twice. Am I wrong? I really don't know that information. I mean, usually that's not like a technical thing, like maybe for a few days or it happened one time. Yeah, thank you, Lucas. I remember that. Something was happening in the past 10 years. There was something. Consolidation zones? No. Actually, when I see a consolidation, like for example here, I'm trying to have an exit strategy or some sort. But no, I don't really like the typical consolidation zones. So those zones when most of the candles, even on the 5 and the 15-minute chart, are definitely overlapping each other without any displacement, any fair value gap or key price levels, I just don't do anything with that. Try to avoid it. That's the only thing. That's when usually I try to turn to gold or vice versa. But I mean, 90% of the time I go with NQ. But yeah, try to avoid it as much as possible, right? Trader H, I have no clue on what government shutdown. It's not technically like a shutdown. Oh, look at that. Wow. Let's go. How far are we from the zone? You know what? Just an idea, small information piece for you guys. If you zoom in your chart and you look your candles like this, it's going to be much more stressful. Look at that. If this candle moves like just a few ticks, you're going to be absolutely freaking out. Like, oh my God, it's dropping. Look at it. It's tanking right now. But if you zoom out, let's just zoom out. If you zoom out like this, you don't even see anything. Like you're going to say, oh, the market is not even moving. So that's kind of cool. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, hit the 300 likes. How many likes do we have? And by the way, you know, the drill. You guys have to call everybody, share the screen, share the stream, share the screen, share the stream. And, you know, we got to hit that 100K subs soon. Got to go for it. 40 likes left. Come on, everybody. Only 40 likes. You got to go for it, everyone. Let's push it. You got to go for it. Yeah, share the stream, share the screen. I mean, everybody in your phone book, you know, it's super simple. Just send a text message to everybody on your Facebook friends. I mean, all your Facebook friends, your phone book, everybody. Just send the stream link, and that is it. If you do that, Abhishek will be proud. So it's all because of Abhishek. He's doing it. Anyway, jokes aside, let's be serious. We need to talk about some stuff about risk management too, and obviously there are some things about. Oh my God, it's just so hard not to look at this way. Like, oh my gosh, 15 points to the zone. I do feel a bit of a FOMO, by the way. I do feel a bit of a FOMO, but it's going there. So it's just it takes 1 second to push the like button. That's it. Yeah. And obviously, yeah, I wanted to finish some thoughts from last week, because we talked about chart time and preparations and, you know, all the usual stuff, the mindset game. And we talked about how many hours do we spend throughout the day in front of the charts. Like, I'm actually curious. So let me just start with a question. How many of you guys, how many hours you guys are spending in front of the charts? Be honest, really. How many hours are you looking at the charts? I'm just personally curious about this. 2 or 3 hours, Lucas is saying 2. Nice. Okay, 2-3 hours. Thank you for the answers. Buy low too long. Okay, OP Guardian, afraid to admit it. Almost 4 hours. 2 active and have 1. Sorry. I thought that 15 hours, 72 hours out of 24. I knew it. Okay, 6, 4, 3, 4, 67. Okay, 6 hours, 7, 8 hours. Thank you so much for the answers. Christian, told you, Tom. You told me so many things, Christian. I mean, I haven't checked your previous chat. 4 hours is the maximum. Okay, 67. What is 66? 67 hours out of the week, or 6, 7? All right, 6, 7. Of course, yeah. Yeah, I knew it. I was just joking. The day. Yeah, all right. 6, 7 hours. How many hours do you spend? Okay. So, you know why? Because this is what I'm going to talk about today. Usually, I spend, like, because I'm streaming also in London session, I spend around 2 hours-ish on average, a little bit more than 2 hours in London session. And the New York session, about 90 minutes-ish. 90 minutes, so about, 1.5 hours. So it adds up to nearly 4 hours. 3.5, 4 hours is the time I spend throughout the day. It's partially because I'm streaming, right? But I'm trading when I stream. So thank you again for the answers. I really wanted to know some numbers about this because it's just crucial from a certain point of view, by the way, because what we usually do, like traders, stare at the charts and trying to find the clarity. I think there's a misconception about this. Like, the truth is that the chart won't going to give you clarity. The preparations are going to help you a lot, and I think a lot of traders fall into the trap that you think that if you watch, like, yes, we talked about the chart time, and I told you guys how important it is to have a proper amount of chart time. But just because we're watching the charts maybe 10 or 12 hours a day, I don't think that's going to be helpful, right? Exactly. So, I just said it. I mean, somewhere about 3 to 4 hours a day. That's how much I spend in front of the charts, partially because I stream the London. That's why I said I stream in London, yeah. And of course, if you spend too much time at the charts, a lot of weakness. Yeah, it is, Christian. Yeah, there is. Look at that. Heading for 820. How do you guys trade and also watch live? Yeah, that's everybody has a special skill. Come on, everybody, push those likes. So obviously, if you're watching the charts for too long, and I'm talking about 10, 12 hours, that's going to be a lot of noise, not just on the chart, but in your head as well. Like, especially in between the session, in between the kill zones, or in between those high probability trading times, like anywhere, but like usually, obviously, I trade between like 2 a.m. to like 4 a.m. Eastern Standard, and then like everybody 9:30 to 11. But if you just stretch it out, and obviously you can trade from 7 to 11, 7 to 11, or the PM session. I think that's just too much. A lot of noise is going to be disturbing you, or distracting you from your analysis, and even from your levels that we talked about it a lot. So the more chart time you take, that's awesome, but like not 10 or 12 hours. There's going to be a lot of noise in your head. And I know it sounds funny, like noise in our head, but really, if you're watching it for too long throughout the day, and the narrative is shifting throughout the day from London to New York session all the way to the PM session, that could be causing some serious second guessing, which we really have to fight against, okay? Because we just can't let that go into our head, right? So what we need is chart clarity. And chart clarity is not going to happen like if you're watching it for 12 hours. And this is why I was asking it, all right? Confusion on the chart is really just a lack of preparation in disguise. That's what I used to say, all right? So I would say each session needs preparation. Like we all talked about how important the pre-analysis is. I would say if you're able to trade both the London session or the New York session, or for example, the New York PM session and the Asia session because of your job or because of your business, you would need to do like 2 different kind of pre-market analysis before you sit down to trade. So the narrative could very well be changing from a New York AM session throughout the Asia session, right? And that's why I think, and again, this is kind of like an ICT concept again, but it's really not, because obviously they're statistically the high volume trading segments, like PM session from 1 p.m. even all the way to 4 p.m. As I said, actually I have not just 2 sessions, like not just London and New York. Like London is 2 to 5 usually, right? Maximum, maybe 4. But New York session, as we all know, it's 7 a.m. to like 9. So from 7 a.m. Eastern Standard to 9 a.m., there could be a completely different trading plan for you when you can only trade from the 7 a.m. early New York session, because there are setups there too. We talked about this, by the way. There are setups in the 7 to 9 a.m. session. Also, different kind of setups. And I'm especially talking about those setups which are occurring on the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute chart, especially if you're scalping, right? So different preparations. Now, why I'm saying all this? Because of the clarity. Different sessions might require different preparations, different analysis, reading the narrative. And I always used to say this to everybody, like, if you're starting to read the narrative in the New York session, it makes it a little bit easier for you because you already see what happened in London, right? But many traders believe that if I just watch long enough, the market will tell me what to do. It's not true. It's just not true. That's just what I said. Yeah. Even London. Yeah, even London. Yeah. Hit the like button, everybody. One more like. Let's go. Really? One more like? That's awesome. Let's show the YouTube algorithm that the stream is just, blowing up. Let's go. One more. You need to trade more than 10 minutes. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So you gotta understand, or you gotta anticipate and see how much time you can spend in a certain trade. But obviously, what is your favorite and least favorite part about trading? My favorite part about trading and least favorite part about trading. Oh man. My favorite part about trading is when I'm seeing my levels on the chart. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. If I'm doing the pre-market analysis and when market has these levels that I'm looking for, supply and demand zones, or order blocks, if you will, I just love to point that out on the charts. And I would say it's just this one thing that I like. My favorite part about trading. Obviously, the favorite part is taking the withdrawals, right? Taking the payouts is my favorite part. The favorite part, this is going to be a kind of a strange answer, I know, but my favorite part is that when I sit down every day and I do the pre-market analysis, it feels good that I can do this as a job, as a profession, really, as a profession that like we are here as a community, you guys here at MyFunded TV and everybody, we have all the tools and all the support, everything that we need to make this possible. It just feels amazing. Least favorite part in trading? Maybe obviously when the market is going sideways, I would say so. If the market is going sideways and, you know, it's just ranging in 10 points, obviously we never like that. And yeah, everybody likes when the market is trending. I don't like really when the market is running like 300 points in 2 minutes. That's not something I like, but I just love trading. And the fact that we can do this from the comfort of our home, from just a single laptop, if you will, from anywhere on planet Earth, because now we have Starlink, right? So it just amazes me. We are so blessed to live in the best time. There's a form, everybody. Look at that. So we are so blessed to be able to trade with all these conditions, especially with the help of MyFundedFutures. This is just amazing. Anyway, I steered away from the topic because it's just an amazing thing. I love it. Anyway, let's get back to the clarity and the chart thing, right? Let's talk about that. As I said, there's a disbelief because traders think that if I watch long enough the charts, the market will tell me what to do. That's not true. Partially true, but not true. So don't count on that. It's just not happening the way it is. Reality is that without preparations, every candle could look like a signal. So even if we're just looking at a moving average crossover, even if we're just looking at a ICT 2022 entry, even if we're looking at a breakout strategy, if you take every single, if we take every single signal, whatever it is your entry model, whatever your entry model is telling you, if you take every signal, you're obviously going to be doomed. Your account is going to blow up. That is 100% sure. And this is why we need that clarity. We need that context. We need that understanding of the big picture about the chart. We can come up with all kinds of entry models as we talked about it, right? I'm not going to say it all, but there's so many ways to enter the market. But the thing is, without preparations, if you take every signal, obviously that's not going to be something good. That's not going to be something good that you want to be a part of, right? And obviously, when you don't know what you're looking for, and you're just going to be trading everything, right? When you don't know what you're looking for, you'll trade everything. And I think that is one of the problems that most likely new traders are having, or some of you guys might be in the same issue, like having the same issue. Like I'm not saying to go for the demand zones that I'm showing you guys here. This is just one method. If you don't have your levels, and if you take every single signal because there's a, I don't know, bearish engulfing candle here, for example, like, oh my gosh, look at that. This is the 1 minute chart. There's a bearish engulfing candle. Let's go short. Yeah, it looks good. And then all of a sudden, I don't know, let's look for a long signal. I don't know, but you see a bullish engulfing candle and you go long. No, this is not the way. I don't think that, I mean, but obviously you guys know it already. I'm quite curious when this market is going to finally breach that 820. Right? I don't know. We need that 820. We need that 820 to be broken, broken, blown up, destroyed, whatever. I don't care. I don't care what's the right term of saying this, like mitigated, blown up, destroyed, burned, bombshelled, whatever. I don't care. This 820 level just needs to be taken. Don't worry. I'm not in a trade. Yeah, AMD, please call the market makers. I thought you did that. Oh, hey, AMD, by the way, I remember it from last week. You feeling better, AMD? I called up everybody I could, the ghost in the machine, everybody, and everybody, sending their blessings to you. I know you lost your account last week, and now you're back in business. You see how cool it is? That's how it works. So anyway, when you don't know what you're looking for, you'll trade everything. Yeah, I made, well, because I'm managing multiple funded accounts. How should I put this? I'm down like $300 on one of my funded accounts, and I'm up about $500 or $600 on 3 other funded accounts. But that is it. So I traded differently on those. So basically almost like break even. So that is it. Absolutely, MD. Any winners? I told you guys to be good to Abhishek. He's the one. He's the one. Exactly. So I just wanted to say, like, if you're waiting for the chart to make the view clear, you're already late, right? Obviously, you got to have the proper entry level, the proper entry model, the proper level that you're looking for. I'm just saying that different preparations, less chart time could make it possible. So obviously, what preparations I'm talking about, like we mentioned this, not just marking up your key levels, but, you know, defining your bias. We also talked about this, having a one-sided or two-sided plan, okay? Am I leaning short or am I leaning long today? Or am I going to be neutral? By the way, I know everybody hates when the market goes sideways and you're just neutral. I kind of like it, by the way. When I don't have levels, so I ask myself, and by the way, that's just a good small little question that you may ask yourself when you're preparing for the session to trade. So doing your pre-market analysis, there's just one small question you can ask yourself, like, do I have levels at all? Do I have levels for just one side or at all? If you don't have levels, it could be, again, any significant level, both on the buy side or sell side that you're looking for. If you have nothing at all, that's actually good, because you can actually, you know, get up and leave the charts and, you know, touch some grass and have a good time. Maybe drink some lemonade, right? No alcohol. And or maybe take a walk. And it was hard to cope with, for me at least. Like, I need to find a level. I need to find some sort of a target, because no matter what, I'm going to push the button today. No, not vodka. It looks bullish. I don't know why it didn't go down there yet. Look at that. It was so close to that 3-minute demand zone. I'm going to be curious about this. Lemonade. Exactly. So let me just check the 15-minute for a second. Okay, nothing. Okay, never mind. The 1-hour chart actually looks kind of interesting. Hold on. There's a fair value gap on the 1-hour chart here. Why is this? Okay, 975 on the micro. 975 on the micro. This candle, where did it go? Oh, wow. Look at that. So at 24,975 on the micro, it just kissed the level, the 975. Let me check it on the mini. And just a second, I'll continue the previous conversation or topic. Okay, here it is. So 975.25. This is interesting. On the mini, 975.25. Okay. So the fair value gap on the mini, and this is, again, just a small piece of information. And this is why I usually watch both the mini and the micro as well. So I have also multiple tabs opened up, but multiple charts, but I usually watch the mini and the micro. Now look at this. At 10 a.m., the hourly candle or whatever, the highest point was 975.25 on the mini. Sorry, not 25, 975.50 on the mini. So it actually took out, even with just one single tick. One single tick can change the narrative. And I actually, with or without ICT, I truly believe in this theory. This is something that really, I think it's just a small information piece here, but I think it's definitely working. and it has something in it. Like, it's a very, very interesting observation. One single tick can change the narrative. Now, I don't know how many orders were there, but whatever happened, the micro didn't go up there. So micro just barely went up there. And as soon as the mini picked up all the orders up there at 975.50, it started to go lower. You know, if the mini would not have taken the 975.25 out, this would be a scary situation, because then I would say, oh my gosh, there could be a possible reverse scenario to go higher. Then we would need to invert this gap right there. And, you know, once we have an up close candle, for example, like, where is that? Like here, something like this. If we have an up close candle, it's just going to try to go once more to that 975. And in that case, I want to see some sort of a fair value gap along the way. And that could be a PM session scenario. Look at that. Interesting. Kind of scary, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Definitely an interesting scenario. Stick around. Exactly. Epictus saying we going bullish. Let's just dive down into the 1 minute chart and let me get this off here. Kind of interesting, really. Also this one. Okay. The market structure have been shifted. Right here, we have some fair value gaps below here. This is not enough for me to go long, because I just don't care even if it goes higher. I just told you guys what would be the plan. I really don't understand. It was so close. This kind of gets to my nerves sometimes. If I would have held a short trade targeting the 3 minute demand zone, if some of you guys are following me on the London and the New York streams on my channel, you know that usually I take I take profit like a few points earlier. Hold on. Like, for example, distance here was like 4 points. Okay. So I don't know if I would have made it down there. My TP is usually 2, 3, 4, 5 points earlier than the zone, even if I'm targeting a certain demand zone or supply zone. But in this case, it just reversed right before that. Kind of interesting. I'm still going to be curious if this one will go down to 820. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't get filled. Yeah. Exactly. No full port long, Jung. This is not, no full porting. No full boarding. No full port. This is not it. Anyway, as I was saying, some preparations, okay. We talked about marking the key levels, okay, defining the bias, right? Defining the bias is actually defining your levels, right? And I used to call it game plan or marking out the scenarios, right? Just like I did a few minutes before. Like, if price hits this level, if price, if you have a game plan, that is exactly what's going to help you to avoid overtrading. If I would be absolutely bullish because there would be like a crazy textbook A+ supply zone up here somewhere, then I would definitely say that the previous plan that I just outlined, inverting the gap and then going for a pullback, that would be my entry. Until then, I would be just waiting. Having a game plan. I was actually asked a few days ago, like, besides going down with the contract sizing, what was the thing that really helped me to get more payouts and to be consistently profitable? Because I can say that by 14 months by now, in the last 14 months, and for me, that's a big thing, I'm getting payouts every single month from trading. And what was that thing? Well, having a game plan, I can tell you that. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Are we going down? There you go. Wow. Interesting. So having a game plan or a scenario of how and when and what conditions are you going to enter to the market is going to enable you to be much more stronger, like much more disciplined, have much more patience in for your trades, for your setups. And yes, you are going to have less trades. But we talked about this 1,000 times. Less is more. All right. Less is more. I needed like 2 or 3 years to finally have that information like stone written in my head, like less is more. As I told you guys many times, I'm going to, one of the goals for me is to trade less throughout the trading day, including London and New York. All right. Bears are still here, but I don't know what. I think this was some sort of a news event here. Maybe President Trump tweeted something or somebody said something. These candles here. This one, I don't know. Not really normal. Like a 30-something points drop out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly. When are you renovating your studio? Yeah, Trader H. I ordered some things. There's going to be a Scarface poster in the back. There's going to be some other things changing in the background. I think it's going to be awesome. Some different lights and such. And I'm also upgrading my computer real soon, hopefully in October now. I'm going to be buying, hopefully, a real good computer. Like my computer right now is great. I absolutely love it, but I decided I'm going to upgrade. So anyway, as I was saying, marking your levels, defining your bias, mapping out your scenarios, right? That's also important. Also setting your risk boundaries, like how much is, like what's the risk that the maximum risk that you can take on any certain funded account. As I just told you guys, I went down $300 something on one of my funded accounts. I said, okay, that's it. I just can't, I don't want to take more on that certain account. All right. So that's actually also risk management. You know, we can take it super serious, like the chart is the battlefield and preparation is your armor. So cool, right? Chart is battlefield, preparation is armor. That's a cool thing to say. Anyway, but why is this really creating some clarity, right? How is this creating some clarity? I think it's super important. I was looking at Blue Aura Trading Computer. Nice. I did not heard of them. I'm looking at, all I know is that it has to have an AMD CPU, and I'm looking to have a very strong GPU as well because I like to play video games, and that's all I know. I don't really know too much about computers. So... I mean, my current computer is great. Don't get me wrong. I love it. And obviously I like to play video games, but yeah. Funny, right? I still like to play video games after all these years. Anyway, so why the preparations? Creating that clarity. Okay, I'm most likely first-person shooting games, but I like every kind of game. So all these preparations are going to help you filtering out the noise. We talked about this. You're going to stop reacting to every single setup. Like whatever it is, the setup that you're using, whatever entry model is that you're using, as I just said earlier, if you take every single setup, every single scenario, you're going to blow up your account. Even if you're using proper risk reward or proper risk management, even if you're going with if you're just risking, for example, $200 on a trade, but you take all your entries, let it be just a trend line break, or I don't know, a MACD or a moving average or an ICT 2022 entry, which is basically just a displacement for the pullback or retracement into the gap. If you take every single trade like this with proper risk management, you're still going to blow up your account, right? So filtering the noise, okay? Stop reacting to every scenario. You're going to wait for the proper scenario, okay? And obviously, if you do that, one thing comes from another because your emotions are going to calm down. These things are going to help you to calm down your emotions. It's going to happen automatically, by the way. It's going to happen automatically. You will see it. You will experience it once you try to practice this thing. Get the preparations, get your levels, filter out everything what you can, have the game plan, and you will see how much more that calmness, that everything is just going to be much calmer, less stressful, as I meant to say. So oh, he's going to talk at 1:15. I haven't checked it. Yeah. So preparations basically turn the chaos into structure, okay? And without it, every move looks like basically an opportunity. And that's how you get wrecked. And that is why it's a must. But as I know, we talked about this, of course, from a different perspective. But I'm just saying, don't forget about it. Now, obviously, there's also a psychology aspect to this. Like, without preparations and without having the game plan, obviously, you're going to just, you chase the moves because you're going to feel FOMO, right? You're going to hesitate if it's actually time to act. We also talked about this. You won the account? Trader H. Congratulations. Let's go. Did I think that Palinka? No, I didn't, Kaizen, but I'm saving it for Christmas, maybe. Maybe for Christmas. So, yeah, just a second. Yeah. So you're not going to chase the trades because of the FOMO. You're not going to, you're going to, you're going to chase the trades because of FOMO. You're going to hesitate when it's time to act. Okay, that's the second thing. And you're going to second guess yourself on entries and exits. That's the problem. Without all these preparations. And, you got to keep that in mind. Hey, Twat Waffle, what's up? I love the name. Twat Waffle. Your name kind of would look cool on a t-shirt. Or on a baseball cap. I like it. Sub-Zero. My other favorite character from Mortal Kombat was Raiden and Johnny Cage. Leo, good to see you. Hey, what's up? Hey, Marwa, good to see you. I'm doing good, thank you. So, as I said, without the preparation, it's just going to be stressful. Is going to be tilt, and you're going to end up in the emotional depth. We talked about the emotional depth, of course. Raiden wins. Fatality. Friendship. Friendship. That was in Mortal Kombat 3, right? I loved it. So, if you guys have any questions about this, or risk management, or levels, or the entries, let me know. We kind of went through again some technical stuff, and we talked about why it is important to have that game plan again, right? So next time you see Magnus, make him save. Okay, I'll try my best. By the way, I'll try my best. How much time do we have? A little bit more than 2 minutes. All right. We still have a little bit of time. So again, just to summarize, okay, the chart time itself, the more chart time, it's not going to make things clear, okay? Just because you're spending 12 hours at the charts, all right? Preparation is what's going to give you a lens to read the market properly, all right? And this is why the pros know that the real work is done before they open or before the session starts. Let it be London or Asia session, right? Once the bell rings, you're not thinking, you're just executing. You need to have that plan. You need to have that plan before the bell rings, all right? It's a little bit of the technical stuff here, but if you think about it, it's not just the technical. It's absolutely the mindset. Again, you need to have that. You need to have that plan when you sit down when the bell rings. Okay, clarity is basically earned in preparation. Without it, the chart is just going to be noise. All right, and the noise is going to drain your account. So obviously, we're all addicted to the charts. I know that. I'm just saying 10, 12 hours is not the way to do it. 3-4 hours, I get it. London, New York, it's cool. Or if you're trading, for example, New York PM session, a bit of an Asia, that's cool too. I don't think there's need to be more time to be spent in front of the charts. All right. Is what I think. I mean, that's what I think so far. So let me know if you have questions about this, because I think this was also important. And thank you again. Oh, I love that. Wait, account drained, fatality. Account drained, fatality. Oh my God. We're going to do some records on this. Account drained, fatality. Or, you have only $100 of drawdown on your evaluation account, then there's going to be like, finish it. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Thank you so much, AMD. Thank you, man. Well, I think this is also important to understand. So have your game plan ready, all right? Have your game plan ready before or when you sit down to trade. That's all it takes. So I just want to say thank you. This was a really, really great session. And just a quick look on gold. Nothing has happened. ES went lower. Yeah, swept a low there. Okay, so there's a classic SMT, right? SMT with NQ. I don't know. I still I will be curious for later about that 820 level. I would be really curious about that 820. So I just want to say, by the way, I really like the vibes. Oh my God, here's the man. I didn't see you, Matt.
I wasn't going to say anything. I'm chilling in your show. I'm enjoying myself here.
Okay. Chilling in the show.
Dude,
okay,
like you could be a voice actor with your Mortal Kombat impressions. That's hilarious.
Oh, really?
Dude.
Yeah. We're going to record everything. Magnus is going to put in to some effects, maybe. I don't know. And as I said, when there's only $100 left and on your account, everybody gets the voice from me directly. So finish it, finish it.
Soundboard, but no, say it like you did earlier with like the emphasis on it sounding like Mortal Kombat. I want to hear the voice.
Yeah, finish it. Fatality.
It sounds so good. Yeah. Fatality.
Friendship. Okay.
Your account is liquidated. Friendship.
Your account is liquidated. Friendship. No. Your account is liquidated. Free resets. I don't know. What's happening, Matt? How's your day so far? Tell me something good.
Days been pretty good. I've had a pretty chill weekend. It's been pretty fun. Like relaxing. Trading day's been pretty good as well. That winning streak continues. It was nice, and right now I'm making a second attempt at some trades. Same old.
Nice.
Feels good to feel like bull market. You can see my chicken scratch on your screen right now. It's my chat from earlier, but pretty decent, I would say. Market looks good.
Nice.
That makes me happy. I hate that bear crap. But man, you were right thinking market you're like, man, it's got to pull back at some point. And then the next day it like pulled back for 3 days. So.
Yeah, for just a little bit. But I mean, that wasn't really like a thing. But I was actually surprised, obviously not that surprised because you predicted since FOMC like this is just going to straight being bullish in the past couple of months. So I think I was reading one of your tweets somewhere that this is going to be like bullish next couple of months until the rest of the year, or I don't know. This is what This is what we're looking for. So obviously, all we need to do is just buy the dip, right? But
not investment, but that's, in my personal opinion, that's what I think that the market, it needs some reason to like, and we're in like a product of the volatility right now being high enough until like the third Wednesday of the month when we roll into new VIX month. You typically get stuck in a weird volatility like in a month at a time. We're stuck in this weird volatility now. It's still there today, which is possible. More, could be more downside. But like once we get out of this weird month, whichever the third Wednesday is in October, we roll into new VIX. I bet you we're fine within a couple of days. This is like what, like 2 weeks from now, the 15th. After that, I mean, that's probably the one weirdness we'll have. What's the bad news? All that data is coming out great. Michigan numbers look good. I mean, everything that we're reading is looking like promising. And then the Fed is like bull market, and Trump is like bull market, and corporate profits are up. So it's like, and GDP is up, and we're like, well, where's the bad, right? And so that's the only reason I think is like, is Wall Street just had enough of this bull market? Or, and again, you can always say, yeah, maybe people are going to take some profits, but then it's the other side of the coin. The people that are shorting this market might be like, well, there's no more bear case, and let's cover shorts. And that usually is what propagates the rally from the top.
Yeah.
So I think that might be it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, kind of makes sense, and I like this theory. Yeah, we'll see. But I think we have more news from tomorrow. Like I don't even know we have tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow is last day. Do we have something for tomorrow? I haven't checked it, but I think there's going to be something.
Tomorrow for what?
Tomorrow, I'm looking for some red folder news for tomorrow. Is there a news driver for the last day? Nothing. Oh yeah, Joel's job opening. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah,
that's pretty much the biggest. I think one of the most heavy weighted news effects here, because the jobs market is like what is motivating the Fed, right? So if the jobs market looks bad, the Fed's more likely to keep pushing with the rate cuts. If the jobs market looks good, the Fed's not likely to do much. So it could be one of those opposite effects, like bad news and good news sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, chat, thank you so much. This was a great session. I enjoyed it. I love that we started the week like positive vibes. Everybody's happy, hitting the likes and the goals. So keep it up. And yeah, it was great. Matt, thank you so much for the forecast and the update. and obviously, by the way, I always love to listen to your analysis, especially the fundamental analysis, because it kind of gives me an extra layer, like what's happening. And thank you for that. So I wish you a great session, and I see you tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Have a good one.
All right. Yo, some dubs in chat for Tom, guys. Y'all know how much fire Tom brings to the channel here. That was great. Always good wisdom. And hearing Tom sound out some Mortal Kombat impressions was pretty on point. I was digging it. I like a soundboard whenever I, make a trade. Fatality, that'd be great. And his voice, that'd be great. All right. So today I'm making an attempt at trade number 2. I longed pretty much yesterday at Futures Open. I also longed NASDAQ today at Equities Open. I got most of my money on this little leg here and closed out flat. Now I'm trying to attempt at a second round of trades from Equities Half Gap on S&P. I've drawn it right here. I drew this about an hour ago with a little red flush candle to hedge pressure, too long to upward of SPY open to be today's support. I really hope we get that instead of market flushing out and dying. Like I said, we are on the edge of bear market. We rescued ourselves Friday. And today, all the greater market signals are actually to turn out bullish. So I'm happy. You know me, I love my bull market. So I got an hourly chart right here, bottom right quadrant of this, right here where my mouse is circling. And so, like I said, we just sort of like sold off for 3 days, and then we've sort of recovered a lot of that. Where we end up here today, I hope we stabilize somewhere close to Equities Open, internal to this move, and that we don't continue to flush and sell out. I always tell you guys the VIX magic number that resets every Tuesday before the third Wednesday of the month. So once a month reset on that. We're still floating above the 17.18 level. This is we call our continuum midpoint. Sorry about all the scratch. I have my trade plan scribbled on the screen. And here's another thing for you guys. A proficient master of their own trading will be able to draw what they want to do on the screen knowing the odds, knowing the bet size, when they're getting in, when they're getting out. So I always leave this on the screen. That way I can always prove I'm going to do something before I do it, whether I'm right or wrong. This is the plan. And that way you guys can see, you know, there's a lot of like hindsight champions out there. Like, here's the picture of this trade that totally worked. You're like, but did you say something before? Oh, no, you didn't. So we have a saying at Rocket Scooter, and also in my stream, Day Trading with Matt stream, which is first I drew it, then I do it. And that's why you always see the chicken scratch on the screen. I drew it, then I do it. And that's it. And I don't do it unless I drew it. And that's really what I think is important. If you're a master what you're doing, whether you're right or wrong, you've mastered your entry and exit, whether you master getting out or getting in or taking a loss. Mastery means you can plan the whole thing ahead of time. Ooh, sorry about this. IDOC's buying a chandelier right now. So she's texting me about it. Hold on one second. She's asking me if I like the picture. Yeah, I love the picture. Chandelier for the kitchen table. We got our new house last December, and we've both been so busy just with life and work and whatever that we never really stopped and like decked it out. So 2 months ago, we finally started doing some construction projects around the house, building like this giant entertainment media wall, which is pretty dope. I don't know if I have a picture of it. Did I ever show you guys on here my media wall? I don't remember if I did or not. Y'all let me know. Now we're doing like a backyard modification, like basically creating like a chill place for us and all of our friends to hang out at. Did I show y'all the wall? I think I did. So that's it. And now we're trying to get our lighting fixtures done so that we can have everything decked out by the holidays. I didn't show you guys. I know I showed on my stream. At least I can find a picture or video of it. Let me show you. So it was a big, giant blank wall with these two tiny windows that were like in between us and our neighbor's house. So it was really hard to think of like how we can actually do something with that wall. And let me show you guys. And I got a video somewhere. I post so much stuff on socials. I'm not going to look for it forever. I don't find it in the next 20 seconds. I'm going to abandon ship. What day was this? July the 12th. Oh, man, I went too far back. Yeah, so I have a cool video of it. Let's see. It's somewhere. I'll tweet it later and have to show you guys. But yeah, we've been doing some fun projects. It's been nice just to have like, you know, and she's doing most. I designed this wall, but she's doing most of the work of like designing everything to just like look great and, you know, buy all the stuff and whatever. So now we're getting our lighting done. The house came with like the basic lighting that new construction would come with. So we're kind of like, okay, let's do something slightly more us for our like own style of decor. That's it. That's been my weekend. Shopping and planning and, you know, that kind of stuff. I swear I had a picture or video somewhere. Who knows? Yeah. Anyways. So today I am looking for half gap support with positive resilience. The white line is greater than 0. All indicators have supported a half gap greater than 0. I'm absolutely excited to stay the course here. So hold on one second. Oops, where's my... Okay. And I'm waiting just to go back up to support open today as the resistance part of my trade. At least for now, that's what I'm going for. Did you guys do great today? Was today a pretty hard trading day? I'll walk you through each of the trades I made in a second. I think I actually posted that video on my Discord. I do want you guys to see it because I kind of want to brag at how cool the design was. It turned out pretty okay. I swear it was up here somewhere. Who knows? But right now I'm engaged in longs. I'm looking for the market to go up to 6722 S&P is my actual target I'm going for. And as soon as I hit that, I'm pretty much going to close for the day and be done. I'm way up. You can see on my screen, I'm pretty much way up on all the accounts except for a handful of them are just slightly up. And so I'm actually building off of the remainder of the accounts that aren't maxed out just to see if I can get any other trades off of it. That's crazy. I swear I posted the video somewhere. It looks like the video has disappeared from existence. But I swear I did make a really kick-ass house upgrade. Yeah, wherever it is. All right. But again, every time the market's been moving up, it's been kind of chopping here. Now, I don't like sitting here at half gap. This is not my favorite thing. And it looks like it is trying to flush. And like, I know I've been kind of drawing on the screen here, but let me detail everything I'm drawing. What we have is, hold on, let me go here and let me get a thing to draw with. Okay. Y'all ready for this? Okay. What I'm looking for today is gamma exposure support at hedge pressure. This is always, always, always where good support will be. Okay. Currently right now, all of my confluence indicators are lining up for bullish. It's perfect on S&P. It's perfect for NASDAQ, which means the support is going to be hopefully good here. This being where good support will be is where I'm expecting the market to bounce from. So this morning, all I had since we hit the middle was that I'm expecting it to flush and then rally. That's kind of what I'm looking for. That's it. I'm just waiting for that now. And I put 2 contracts on here at the middle. I grab a few more at blue if we tap it, and that's it. This is support, this is support, this is support. So the idea that the index is sort of pulling back when the stocks aren't is leading me to see an opportunity that's there to take a long trade from here. Not betting that the market crashes, not betting that the market dies, but just betting that we do hold the fort. Now, today with NASDAQ, my initial trade out the door was longing on that same principle. I long it open all the time, 1A trade, when the support is all there. I took the long at NASDAQ right to DD band, and then I closed out. That was my first trade. And then I waited, and then we're back down to here. I'm taking a second attempt of a trade at that same spot. Every time it's been trying to move, there's been some red candles coming out of it. Flush, flush, and flush. So hopefully it stays holding. I was very convinced that this was going to hold because, again, all of our indicators got slightly better. Now, while the index is flushing right now, that's a little troublesome. It could mean that something's brewing that we don't know about. I am sort of just thumbing between all of my stocks this morning and trying to see if everything is looking solid. And nothing was coming out as being alarming. Like Nvidia is up, but like pulling back, but still bullish, right? And I always look at like Nvidia and Apple as like the main 2 drivers. Amazon's looking great and bullish. Apple is sort of sitting flat. So the fact we're not getting a lot of movement in a lot of the big tech is also preventing NASDAQ from moving a lot as well. And just watching this, tomorrow we have some news coming out. Obviously, this is, oops. Let me load up my calendar here. Bring this up here. Let me show you some statistics. These are statistics of hedge pressure bounces, by the way. With the S&P, when you open above blue, you stay above blue 48% of the time without touching it and 20% by overshooting it and bouncing under all conditions without confluence. So without confluence, it is roughly 70% chance we bounce on the blue. With confluence, it goes up to 80. And currently we have confluence going on. So I'm excited to see blue hold with about an 80% chance. So remember, anything can happen. Stock market's random, but 80% of days stay above blue, even if they overshoot and return. So I like to at least have some kind of a bet that we stay above the blue, which is why I always try to long at it. I think my browser crashed. I can't open up my calendar. Oh, there it is. Okay, here it is. Trying to get this going for you guys. Hold on. This week, we've got, and ideally the market should be moving by now. Like I would say that with this kind of setup, it's not going to last more an hour at the slow consolidation. It's going to move within an hour. So something's going to happen. I don't know why this is not populating, but I'll bring that up when it does. Talk about the news coming up. But man, I'm just excited to see this market hopefully being back to bullish. Worst case scenario, if this thing crashes out, we've got bull support all down in here, which I don't think we're going to hit. On monthly maps, which is what I look for to see the long-term trading. The overall, again, if this is flip-flopping back to bearish again, I'm going to tell you where that support is, that final result of where we lose the market today. This is Friday's close. So currently we are, this is 662 off of Friday's close. Okay, so let me go to where that's going to be. Oops, let me go to SPY. And that was Friday's close, 662. Wait, that was Friday's close. Okay, so yeah, so that's it. Right here at the close is where the bear market returns, or like the longer term bear resistances. So at least for today, the overall greater resistance. All my stuff is like freezing up right now. Hold on. Here is bear. This is where the longer term bear market returns. LT bear. Market. So if you are a bull or you are a bear, I make my decisions off of these greater signals right here, not just the daily signal, but the intraday signal, but the greater signal. Long-term bull supports here, like literally at yesterday's close or Friday's close. So that's it. So if I'm a longer-term bull, this is the opportunity for the rally. If I'm a longer-term bear, I'm waiting for this to confirm that bear drop coming out. So a bigger bear market's going to manifest from that same spot. So you guys know me, if the greater indicators are bullish, I'm always bullish on the edge of the bear market. I don't go out of my way to try to bet that a bull market falls apart. I just react when it does. That's another key strategy point that I like to teach people, is that I'm always going to be late to a bear party. I'm always going to be like 1 day late. I don't ever try to say, yep, this is it. Let me short it. Market's dying. I let the market die and prove a longer term bear wave of a month or 2 weeks or 3 months or whatever, a year of selling. And then I take more of a bearish stance once the market's proven itself to be bearish. I've made so much money agreeing with the bull market over the history of my course of my lifetime of growing as a trader. I learned to stop fighting the trend. Countering the trend has been like so detrimental to my early performance as a new trader. Once I learned to identify the trend and jump in on it and stop doubting it and just be right and right and right and right, then wrong when I'm wrong, leads me down that path. A lot of people are scared to long. And like the answer is that a lot of people jump in on the trend way too late. Like the market dies 1 day, 2 days, and then 3 days. And then it does this and you miss out. And then it pops at the end of the day. And then overnight it rallies right here. And then it comes up right there. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess I should long the market, right? And your inefficiency is so bad because you missed out. It's kind of where we are right now, right? And you're missing out on a lot of the move up. So what I've learned is that I try to find where the bull side and bear side are kind of like, this is the line in the sand. I always try to make sure that I stay on the side of the greater market. The greater trend's been going up for most of the year. I'm going to bet that it keeps going up. And if today's the day I take a huge loss and ends the whatever day streak I'm on, I'm a huge winning streak this month. And probably like at least 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. I need to go back and count the days. But if that's the day I lose, then that's the day I lose. That's how I think about it. Trend is your friend, baby. Trend is your best friend you're ever going to have. It takes a lot for all of Wall Street to change their mind. And today could be that day. Like, yesterday, Friday was a dead cat bounce. And today was a continuation of it. And then maybe the market's like, yep, we're done with this. It's bearish, right? We're going to sell the news. We've got the Fed rate cuts come through and everyone bought the rumor. Now they're selling the news. Okay, that's probably what's happening. But the greater trend, I still believe, is bullish, despite if today or this week or this month turns out to still be kind of downside. I think mid-October, when we roll into a new VIX contract and that turns out to be slightly okay, that's when the liquidity starts to stabilize. And I think people grab that second leg up. Like I said, I think we're at 7,000 by the end of the year. I think we're at 8,000 by next summer. I'm that aggressive on the bull side, even though it's not being manifest now. As the end of the year starts to roll in, shorts are going to be what would propagate that and create some frenzy. There's not a lot of aggressive bullishness right now at these tops. People aren't jumping in and having to jump in on stuff. There's a lot of sector rotation. So Wall Street is like paused on its really strong bull mentality. And if we lose these key bear signals, I'm back to being bearish. And that's as easy as it goes. I don't guess at the end. I just jump in on the end. Yeah. Somebody said, Matt, those gains are Photoshop. No, that's the Windows screenshot tool. That's from my platform. I wish I was good at Photoshopping, though. I'd Photoshop my face to get rid of some wrinkles. You know what I'm saying? Why am I so bullish long term? Because the fundamentals are bullish. Nothing, and the indicators come out bullish. So fundamentals are bullish. You've got GDP going up, inflation coming down, jobs market not in complete chaos. And the Fed is deciding they want to save the jobs market. So GDP up, and unemployment not going up, and Fed pressing to get that fixed is a recipe for a non-recession. Recession needs 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth and also needs unemployment going up at the same time to make it worse. These are what I look for signs of a recession. So recession's off the table. Now, bear market can still happen without a recession. And the idea is that's where the indicators come in play and say, well, our market's in like a negative gamma territory, which means they're getting squeezed to the downside, and probably we haven't seen that yet. So just look at the last 100 years. That's also a good question for that. Is that there's 2 things I don't fight when it comes to trading the market and identifying the trend. And I've learned the last time around when Trump was president is you don't fight Trump and you don't find the Fed. And right now, Trump and Fed are lining up when they both want rate cuts, and Trump wants a bull market and Fed wants a bull market because they want people to get their jobs situation secured and they want companies to hire more people. And the only way you're going to do that is if companies' stock prices aren't tumbling, because that's when they lay off at the bottom of the sell-off, right? So the Fed believes with the interest rate cuts, it's going to stimulate the job market somehow. And in reality, you're like, how does that even work? You're like, it doesn't, it shouldn't. So what it does is rate cuts are just hopium for Wall Street to not sell everything off and crash the stock market. Companies aren't going to hire when their stocks are fumbling. So how can the jolts bring good news if it seems like no one is hiring right now? Right. So that's what the jolts will represent if people are actually hiring. So the jolts are a report that talk about in the last 30 days how many jobs are available to be hired or for people to be hired in. So the rules for jolts are you need to have a job open within a 30-day window can get filled, and that there are people actively recruiting for the job, and that there's available talent to fill the job. So it is a greased up, debottlenecked, lubricated job funnel. There's no, like, it's not like a job in the middle of nowhere where nobody lives and they can't fill it if they wanted to. It means there's nothing stopping the employee from getting the job. And so when jolts go up, it means all those conditions are satisfied. If the jolts go up, then companies have jobs that they want to fill within 30 days. The only way jolts go up is one of 2 things. Either A, companies create some jobs, or B, companies laid off a bunch of people and are trying to replace them. So jolts can go up in both of those situations. If layoffs are happening and you want better talent, or you're creating new jobs. Both of those are bullish for the company. One of them more so than the other. If you're laying people off and bringing new people in, the cost of bringing on new folks is always more expensive up front, but you're betting on longer term efficiency. So that's like better growth. I laid off the lazy guy and I'm bringing in the better guy. I'm going to pay him a little bit more. So it's going to cost me more. And hopefully I bank on efficiency in the long term. Yeah, that's bullish-ish on a small term effect. But if companies are creating jobs, that's extremely bullish. That means they have free cash flow. It means they're growing. It means they're expanding. That's the better sign. So when jolts go up, it's bullish in either accord. And if jolts go down, could be the opposite. Either A, companies are they had jobs that were open that are no longer. They're like, we created all these jobs and we're no longer going to fill them. So they were a jolt last month, but it's not a jolt this month. So say it's like, man, my company was hiring 3 people, and then all of a sudden we hit some bad times. Now we're only hiring 2. Right? We removed one of the job openings, and therefore that's slightly bearish, right? Is that we're no longer growing as fast. We're still growing, not as fast. The other thing is that jolts go down when jobs get filled. that's very bullish as well. That supports the bull side of that, meaning that companies created the jobs. It was a jolt last month. We filled the job and now it's no longer there. So companies have added to the labor pool. If the jolts go down while unemployment goes down, then that answers that question. People got jobs that were currently unemployed. If continuing jobless claims also goes down, it means people that have previously been unemployed now got a raise because now they're making more money than their government check. So the jolts can only kind of be perceived with like standing next to other data. And again, jolts go up or down. Jolts is mostly going to be a good news indicator unless jolts go down and unemployment goes up, then that's bad. So also the thing is that when there's bad news, the Fed is going to act even harder. So the weird thing about jolts this time around is that's really where the focus of the Fed is. If you read the Fed report, PCE and core PCE are both going to hit 2% by 2027. That's the Fed's 2% target. So even without rate cuts, the Fed perceives that's naturally where we're going. So the rate cuts are designed to preserve that job market, right? So you can only assume that if the situation is worse, the Fed's going to act harder. They literally stated, this is what we want to do. So if jolts come out absolutely shitty and unemployment's going up, the Fed's going to dial up the rate cuts even further. So good news is bad news, or actually bad news is good news. And good news is good news. This is one of those neat things where no matter what happens with the jolts, the market's going to go up tomorrow. Quote me on this. Just say it in general. If I'm a bull and I'm right, no matter what the jolts are, the market's going to go up, whether it's going to dip and rip off a bad jolts read or it's going to rip and rip off a good jolts read. And the only thing that market tumbles off of that is that the market rips on good news and people just sell the pop because they are systematically bearish over the long term. So sometimes you get like squeezed into a pickle where Wall Street's going to love the good news because everything's great. And then Wall Street's going to love the bad news even better because Fed's going to cut rates and that actually expands everything bullish even further, right? So sometimes it's good no matter what. Now, it doesn't mean the market's going to rally no matter what, but the perception of Wall Street is it's going to be good no matter what. There's a pro on both sides of the read. So I would like to say that I think tomorrow that the jolts number are probably going to be just same as it has been. It's going to show general weakness and it's not going to really be, let me show it to y'all. I wonder what that graph looks like. I don't know. What do you guys think about it? Bad news is good news and good news is good news. Is that all right? Does that sound good to y'all? The jolts have been coming down since July of 2022. Remember, jolts went way up when people got laid off during COVID and companies were like, okay, let's get them back in. And the only reason jolts are up, let's see if y'all can guess. I'll give you a pop quiz. Why were jolts up for so long after COVID? If this is a 30-day window, how come jolts kept going up until like 2 years later? If the jobs are open, that means jolts are going up, jobs are open. Why were the jolts going up? Take a guess. Why do you think? Hold on one second. Why do you think? No one applying to jobs? Right. So fundamentally, like, correct. So like, why were people not applying for jobs in that two-year window? What was actually keeping them from going to jobs, right? They were afraid of COVID. They were still in that not wanting to take the jobs. The jobs are there and companies are paying for it. People either A, were afraid of going out and working in public with people, or B, the companies weren't paying enough for them to want to take the job. Something was keeping people from getting in the jobs. So companies weren't paying enough. Ooh, here's the overshoot. Let's go. That's what I wanted to see. Hold on one second. My thing is stuck on pencil. Dang it. Come on, go to pointer. All right. I'm going to get on that overshoot. I'm going to tap that with some more long as soon as we touch blue. I'm waiting. It's looking pretty gnarly from here. If it bounces, that'd be great. People weren't jumping in on those jobs because there was something keeping them from taking them. And so that's what you have to tell yourself. Like, why? Like, what was keeping people from wanting to take those jobs? Let me grab some here. On the oversheet, I'll add one more. And mostly the part was that we had inflation, right, from all the COVID shortages, and companies weren't paying enough to get people to go back to work. And another thing is people were scared to go back to work because of COVID. They thought they were going to be risking their lives and stuff. So jolts went way up and then slowly started coming down after that. Is essentially all those jobs, there's still a high amount of jobs not being filled. It's definitely coming down over time to like, post 2022 levels. But if you look way back in the day, we still have more jobs open now than we ever had before, which paints a whole nother picture. Like, what the hell, right? They're talking about the job market in dire straits, yet there's 7 million open jobs. We've never really even seen that ever since I've been trading. I've never seen jolts at 7 million. Like, what the hell? If you just look at the short term, it looks kind of bad. Like, okay, like, why are jobs not being created or whatever? Like, what the heck's going on? And that's, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, there's still a bunch of available jobs. Why are people not wanting to fill them? Like, what's going on? It's not like there's not jobs. Here they are. But why are people not taking them? Like, what's keeping this from just plunging? So people are taking them slowly. I think what happened, and my question dynamically, what happened, what you guys could think, is a lot of people got laid off in 2020 and they didn't want to go back to work until the company started paying enough for them to come back, and they decided to risk their lives, or it was enough to pay their house note that they were holding off for a higher salary than they finally got it. Then we had the high inflation, which caused the recession that we had for a little bit. And now that high inflation is starting to trickle out. Now more and more people can go get the job at the salary. Companies weren't giving high enough salary to entice workers to come back. Another thing I think is that since COVID sent everybody home, a lot of people decided they don't want their job anymore. And we're still seeing some residual data like that. A lot of people maybe just forced into retirement. They used to work. COVID sent my dad, and he forced that. He didn't force, but company gave him incentive to retire early. So he did. Maybe that's, and they're still trying to fill those roles and there's nobody left to fill them, right? We could have residuals from COVID, I think is what it is. There's jobs available and nobody's filling them, right? Theory number 3 is they're all day trading now and they're all in somebody's Discord. They're all day traders, or maybe like 10% of them are day trading Furus and the other rest of them are freaking day trading in a Discord. Who knows? But jokes aside, probably something. Right. Yeah. So something's going on. But either way, we'd like to see some growth, meaning that we're outpacing, like the supply of jobs is outpacing the demand of jobs. When that happens, inflation comes down, like wages come down, wages go up. When the supply is higher than the demand, wages will go up and people will get paid more, which incentivizes people to go back to work. So if we want to see if the jolts go up and the unemployment isn't going down, then you have more jobs than workers, and therefore they're competing for a worker. So raises should go up, or salaries should go up, which is good. People want to see that. That helps with inflation. People can afford to live again. So I can only say that what we're dealing with is just like a residual form of like the inflation. And we're still dealing with problems from COVID. And I said when COVID was going to happen that we would experience about 10 years of economic weirdness, where the data would just be skewed in all directions. So yeah, we're in a place where we have more open jobs now than ever, but continuing jobless claims have been also trending up for the last 2 years and not coming down. They're not in like an alarming place. There's about 2 million people claiming unemployment every week, which is pretty normal in a bull market. It's not accelerated. So that's stabilized, and companies have grown a lot since COVID. So I think that what happens is there's a lot of companies that want to hire, but there's not anybody available to fill the job. So I can only speculate. But in either case, we can all agree that whatever's happening is a result of shutting the world down during COVID. And in an economic sense, instead of being a debate about COVID or it being whatever it is, in an economic sense, we should not have shut the world down for a month. Because that 1 month when all the businesses got closed down created 10 years of economic problems. And I said it was going to happen for a decade. I originally was like, I think we're going to have like 5 years of hyperinflation because of this. You can't detangle that spaghetti bowl of networks and logistics and things that people have worked out with each other. You can't immediately like cut out things that built, decades to build these relationships, and all of a sudden you're like shopping for, new suppliers left and right. And now the tariffs add some problems to the mix. And first you had COVID, having everybody rushing out to get suppliers, get workers. Now you have tariffs having people to rush out and get new suppliers. And it's like, okay, can we just leave? Let things stay for a minute. People that have been in business for 30, 40 years, 100 years, go bankrupt during COVID. Why? Well, because they were supplying some company, their only customer, and the only customer changed and went to someone else. Weird time we live in. But we can all agree that, I would say that it was probably the wrong decision to force businesses to close rather than let them choose, take their own risk, at least economically speaking. In a COVID health sense, different argument. We're not talking about that. But in economic sense, that was pretty devastating, and we're still dealing with it today, right? I think that was the worst idea ever, was to federally require shutdowns and stuff like that for the economic sense. This just caused a wave of problems. So it's going to take 10 years to get over. That 1 month, crazy, right? And then, and arguably, if you want my opinion, I think in a health sense, it was probably not the best decision either. That people were not as at risk as they thought. But again, we're not having that debate here. That causes a lot of people to get heated when you talk about it. But I think that in a business sense, everybody I know that owned a business, they shut down and end up losing their business over it. And, they thought they were doing something good for humanity. As a result, they lost their business. And so my favorite yoga studio, for instance, closed down 3 years after COVID because COVID, they never were able to recover. So it's been a pretty big, so we're still dealing with the fallout of that. And, the Fed's on the right path. Trump is on the right path to push the market bullish. I'm going to bet bullish. That's my thought. In business sense, yeah, some of you guys, y'all seem to agree. Like in a business sense, it was a terrible decision. Yeah, like a very bad decision. I think in the human sense, it's up to you to decide the fate of your own business, the risks you're going to take, the risk of your own health. As humans, I think, as adults, we should be able to be challenged to take that risk ourselves. And I think that caused the inflation because, workers that decided they were going to get the job, said like a trunky company, everybody got laid off and now they're hiring again for somebody driving trucks, and then nobody wants to go back to work because of COVID. And then the one guy that's like, yeah, I'll take the job, but you're going to pay me double because I'm risking my life. The company's like, yeah, well, we need somebody. So, all right, we'll pay you whatever you need. And then everybody was acting like that. And then all the salaries went up and that caused the inflation. It was like, that alone created the weird stuff. And those of you that locked in your house at 2%, when home prices were crashing and interest rates were crashing, some of you guys made out like bandits because of this whole thing. But we're now paying for what you guys got. Who here got their house locked in under 3% in 2021? That's my question. Did you guys benefit from that? Because, we're paying for it now. Everyone's paying for it now. But man, you guys locked in huge way back then. Yeah, you did? Hell yeah, man. That's a smart decision. People that had money and ability to buy a house back then, y'all locked it in. Heck yeah. Now the world's paying for it now, but you guys made out like bandits. 275. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're at 6.6. Yeah, that's about where I am too, man. I'm at the high sixes because I got my house last year. Somebody's like, wait, you guys have a house? That's too funny. Hold on. Very cool. But yeah, so all the weirdness that happened, we're still trying to figure it out. But I think in general, there doesn't seem to be, other than this labor market, quote unquote, crisis, if you think that it is or isn't, this is kind of where we are. We're all working through it together. And I think the Feds made it very clear that they are, in fact, going to act to get people into jobs. That's, according to them, the only way to keep the economy stable. That's the only way to keep bubbles from happening. And that's the only way to keep stagflation from happening, is to get people into jobs. With this many open jobs staying there, it's like companies want to expand and yet they're not filling those jobs. So just imagine the jolts, even though they're coming down. It's like in the shorter term, you're like, oh, there's less and less jobs. There's not a lot of job growth since 2022. Well, that's kind of stupid to say because 2022 was the biggest amount of job growth. Everyone was unemployed and now going and getting jobs. That's the fastest rate of change of job growth. Everyone finally went from no job to a job. That was going to happen. But the fact is, you just got to zoom out a little bit more and say, damn, 7 million is still a lot. I mean, that's the peak at the 2019 rally, 7 million. That's the job creation boom we had of the last Trump administration, right? So now we're still sitting at 7 million. That's huge. There's companies that can't wait to get people in the jobs, and yet people are like having a hard time getting jobs still. So I have a hard time comprehending it as well. Do companies just not want to pay adequate salaries to beat the inflation? Okay. If that's the case, then that problem goes away in 2 years because inflation is going to come down over 2 years and the tariff situation is going to stabilize it. That's another reason the tariffs are kind of putting a scare on the companies. You know, they're not really wanting to raise their wages, and it's kind of like a strike between the employee and the company. Employee's like, yeah, I'll work, but I need more money. And the company's like, well, we can't afford it. And they're holding off for somebody that wants the job at a lower wage, and people that want the job at a lower wage are holding off for more money. And so in 2 years, that challenges the desperation of people that haven't been working. They're more likely to take a job at a lesser salary, to take something. But also when inflation comes down, they might be willing to take a lesser salary, even though it's less than what they want, but because the cost of living just went down. So whatever issues we have in the job market, according to the Fed, will fix itself in 2 years, according to their projections. So I guess, you know, unless the data is lying somewhere to us, you know, hopefully we're good in 4 years, 3 years. Still weird for next year or two. Somebody's like, wait, you guys have a wage? It's like the meme from what is it? We Are the Millers. Is that the movie? Where he's like, wait, you guys are getting paid? Yeah. All right. So anyways, that's the overshoot at hedge pressure. I did add my position here, and it looks like it's still trying to sell. Now all the indicators just went negative. This is not the best sign in the world now. This is something crazy. We're pulling back to here. Resilience has just went negative, and I might just hold through it just to do it. I'm kind of on the edge of deciding if I just want to close out. Take a small loss on this one. Yeah. So Trader Ken has an idea. Says it's not really a money issue. It's more of an upskilling or skills gap. Employers are going to want 10 years of experience for skills that did not exist 5 years ago. That could be true as well. That's a great idea, actually. Like, why can't the jobs get filled? I only talked about the money. I didn't talk about a skill mismatch, right? Availability in that sector, if it's medical jobs and there's no doctors or something slowing down the amount of people in the labor pool, or a skills mismatch in general, meaning that or competency match, like they don't have the amount of years of or the skill set competency to meet the needs of the job. Maybe jobs are progressively becoming more highly technical. There's not enough people that match the job description or the experience. Yeah, that's also true. I agree. And it's probably a lot of that too, as the job landscape is rapidly shifting into more of a, computational heavy AI even focus. All these new company tools are AI focused. There's not a lot of people with that specialty to be able to run modern programs. If companies are adapting quickly to newer technologies, there may not be somebody to fill the job because they haven't earned the competency yet. So now maybe there are a lot of people out there going through training on how to do certain things and softwares and stuff. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Example, an example is Amazon. They just opened a position to fly the delivery drones, but you need to be certified by the FTC. So then that creates a delay between when the job is created and the new type of job that was created goes and gets their certification. Yeah, we're all going to become robot builders over the next 10 years. So it's going to take us 2 or 3 years to go through droid building certification. And Planet Tatooine, we can go there and get certified on how to build droids so we can be AI, robot owners, droid makers. But yeah. Man, I thought it was already 12:30. I've got 13 minutes left. Well, my hedge pressure long, this is where I want to take the trade. This probability has shifted now closer to 70%. About a 30% chance that we drop. below it and about a 60% chance that we hold above it, or sorry, 70. According to my back test, that's the probability. If we draw 0 to save my life. We have since lost the confluences. That's not a good sign. The market is trying to work its way lower and sell off. So I'm less likely to bet or hold for a bigger, fatter run up, but I am willing to take the bet the long side here anyways. It's just going to have a hard time holding and rallying. We'd expect a bigger V shape off of this. And if it starts to consolidate lower, I'm going to pull the plug because the indicators have all flipped bearish now in the last maybe 16 minutes. So all my resiliences I'm circling at the bottom of the screen have now gone negative. A negative resilience has now flipped all of this to resistance now. And so I'm not super eager to be bullish anymore. If I happen to get a rally to half gap, I'd be willing to take profit right here and just walk away with whatever I walk away with. And I'm totally cool with that, guys. So I'm going to be quiet a little bit as I'm going to manage some trades, and hopefully y'all can watch me get to do something fun. I have now switched my bias for the intraday, at least, that I don't think we're going to rally really good. I might be wanting to close out some things. So I am losing some of that beautiful confluence here. Okay, hold on, building out some positional stuff. Like I said, I always bet that things turn bullish at the edge of the bear market. So I feel pretty good. We'll see. Yeah, this is a little rare. So Nasdaq is going to have resistance at the 850 level, which is basically where that open was today on QQQ. This is heavy resistance now. This right here. Almost to fill the gap. And that's almost kind of scary now that we have lost that confluence. I was holding on for that confluence, but yeah, see, like I said, it's in that weird spot right now. I'm debating on if I want to just trim my position. I'm watching it a little bit for small changes. But yeah, it's starting to pick up some momentum to sell. And I'm a little surprised at that. I absolutely really did think that the market was going to sustain this move in support. So I'm losing it. Maybe I'll just kind of like, four is my bigger position, 4 E-minis on a S&P. Normally I lose confluence. I keep it closer to like 2, sometimes 3. On the next screen candle, I'll trim to 3. Maybe a whoosh fan is needed. Oh, well, you don't have to ask me twice. Although it's going to be doing a disservice because the market does want to whoosh it down. It doesn't want to whoosh it up right now. Okay. Let me go ahead and drop it to 3. Actually, let me drop it to 2. I'm now scaring myself out of this trade. I'm still going to hang on with 2 instead of 4. Without the confluence, I don't want to hit it too heavy anymore. But with the whoosh fan, it might actually work, so we should be fine. That's the whoosh fan song, by the way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. So we'll see. I honestly, you want to know my call right now? It's probably going to sell. And again, I still take the bet. Probability is a lot higher now that we fill the gap to the downside and we break hedge pressure. It's not looking so hot. It's likely to fill the gap. So I lowered my bet rather than abandoned my bet. More likely. And we'll see. Nasdaq also giving the same signal. And if Nasdaq does fill the gap, QQQ fills the gap from yesterday, that's roughly 100 points of drop. So that could be a pretty sizable fall that can blow up some accounts. So Better safe than sorry, I'd say. But if the market were to fall all the way down to there, that's all A+ setup, which would be kind of nice. Trade. And we'll see. Possible. I hope there's like one day an AI bot can like listen to me talk and draw on my screen for me. That'd be kind of cool. Have a good day, everybody. See you tomorrow, Mike. All right, buddy. See you tomorrow, man. Manufacturing jobs growth have accelerated slightly early on, but slowly sharpened by 2019 due to trade tensions with China. Jim Dye is filling us in on that. Thanks for the info. It's not going to fill the gap. MetaMoon. I like your sentiment. That supports my position. That makes me happy. So we'll see. So I trim this down to 2 contracts just to kind of keep it like light. Is it going to hopefully fill the gap? I hope we don't, man. I'm excited to see it not fill the gap. So we shall see. Nasdaq is looking like faster, I would say. Nasdaq is definitely moving a little faster than the S&P. The S&P has not been moving at all today. It's actually been really kind of a bogus move. S&P barely held the open and almost dropped to fill its gap. So that's a very, like I said, that's a very weird response to what we saw Friday and us opening bullish again. Like the market is like slowly starting to rotate out again with bull indicators. So, yeah, I'm not the most excited about this move, but is Trump talking right now? Is that what he's doing? I wonder if IDOC's going to be back before the show ends. She's bringing me a sandwich. I don't know if you guys have been to Houston. There's a place called Kenny and Ziggy's. Okay. Hold on. It's a New York deli. So, and the sandwiches, dude, let me show you these sandwiches. All right. She's bringing one home. We're splitting it. It's a $30 sandwich. Let me show you guys. Look at this thing. Look at how tall this thing is, dude. It's like, let me show you on the picture here. The sandwiches are monster. Like I'm telling you, it's literally like this tall. They come out to be like, this is like bread meat. They're huge. This is like 5 pounds of meat on this thing, dude. So she's coming home with the sandwich. There was also a documentary made about them. I think it's called Deli Guys or something. Made a documentary about those guys that made that restaurant. Dude, it's like huge. $30 sandwich. So remind you of Katz's Deli in New York. Yeah. So like, yeah, we have a Katz's here also. Like the Katz's never closes. We have actually 2 of them in Houston, but Kenny and Ziggy is a whole different level, dude. It's like it's just a monster sandwich. And she's never been, and she went to the Chandelier store, which is like right next to it. So I told her, I was like, go get us one of the Monte Cristo. Now their version of you know what a Monte Cristo is, right? It's a turkey ham and cheese sandwich that's battered and deep fried and covered in powdered sugar. And this is why all Americans are fat, dude. I'm telling you. And then covered in powdered sugar and then raspberry jam that you dip it in. Theirs is French toast layers of meat and cheese covered in powdered sugar. It's not deep fried, thank God. But it's a 6-inch tall sandwich on French toast of all things. So it's like a different level of Monte Cristo. It's ridiculous. So just to try it, I told her to just to bring it over. She'll probably bring it up and I'll show it on my stream. But you had a heart attack. I'm not even gonna. I can't even eat that whole thing. It's like enough to feed a family. Yeah, it's over by the Galleria if you're in the Houston area. It's like off of right off of Post Oak, or in that area. It's in this little strip center, kind of by like, you guys are like Post Oak, kind of by Uptown Park. Cheddar's heart attack, Monte Cristo. Or do you guys remember Bennigan's before Bennigan's went bankrupt? They used to have like the deep fried Monte Cristo sandwich there that I would get when I was a kid. Y'all remember old Bennigan's? The days of like chain restaurants, 20 years ago. I'm sure like Chili's and Fridays are still around, but Bennigan's and Steak and Ale and like all those ones from my childhood, man, they're all gone these days. Joe's Crab Shack. I haven't seen one of those in a million years. Fuddruckers. Yeah, so we went to Fuddruckers the other day for the first time since probably college, because we were out at we were somewhere and there was a Fuddruckers nearby, and we went and grabbed burgers and cheddar fries or cheese fries. Oh yeah, thanks Abby. Yeah, so I'm gonna be live in a little bit. It's almost time to get out here, guys. I'm slowly starting to lose faith in today's market. I'm not the biggest fan of what we're seeing here. It's looking kind of bad. I'm still holding on for some good. Nasdaq's trying to move, but it's not the best. I'll be live in 10 minutes after the show ends. So you guys can head on over. Abby's dropping the link in chat. Here's the link to my stream. We appreciate you guys being here every day. Of course, supporting MyFunded TV as we grow. 51,000 subs. That means the world to us. Thank you guys for supporting us and being here every day. But it is now time to call it to a close. You guys are awesome. You don't have to go home. You can't stay here. We're about to get out of here, so I'm signing off. Thank you, everybody. Don't forget to check out Stephen Kalasian tonight, the Asia session, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. They'll be giving away 100 core accounts for 1,000 live viewers. So help them go over there, and we'll take over that evening slot, and we'll see y'all later. I'll be in there hanging out in chat, so we'll see you guys later. And have the rest of your day. Thank you, guys. Thank you, mods. Thank you, producers. And thank you, community. And finally, thank you, MyFundedFutures, for all that you do. Bless this community with all the amazing stuff that you do for us. We'll see y'all later here. I'm out. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.